I trust that everything that has been shared by our BRICS partners has been thought-provoking for us individually, and we'll be able to take back these learnings to our individual countries and help us to make better and address the challenges we face. Now, let's kickstart day 3 of our conference proceedings. Our theme for today is very interesting. We're going to be looking at the future of governance and public administration, a very, very critical topic. Predicting the future and what we expect to take place is subject to a variety of factors and uncertainties. Importantly, an event like today allows us to collaborate, exchange ideas, and ensure that when we discuss issues and challenges such as climate change, migration, cybersecurity, and so on and so forth, various items that have been presented across the past 2 days, we will be able to do so such that we are learning from each other and we are able to develop shared policies and coordinate our efforts. You will see from today's program, we have 3 sessions and we have 3 wonderful moderators that are going to lead us across those sessions. Given that we are already slightly behind time, we're going to go ahead and get into our first session. I would like to introduce and call upon our first moderator, Ms. Lerato Mataboge, DDG from the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition. And DDG Mataboge heads up the Trade and Industry Directorate within the DTI. Colleagues, please join me in welcoming DDG, who is going to take us through the next session. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Ni hao. And for those online, bonjour, all the languages. It's quite an honor for me to have been requested to moderate this session that is looking at governance, the future of governance and public administration. It's quite a passion of mine, being a public servant on the African continent. So today we're going to be having very exciting presentations that are going to help us shape and think through some of the challenges that pertain to governance and to public. The papers that we'll receive, they're going to highlight diverse governance challenges in different regions and propose innovative approaches for community governance. The example of China's community governance model, the study of the BRICS countries' reforms, rural revitalization are some of the examples that will be provided to us today. So without further ado, I'd like to call upon our first presenter, who's going to present a paper entitled Megacity Community Governance in China, a case study on Chengdu. And the presenter is Chuangneng Zhang, who is from the Sichuan Provincial Party School of the Communist Party of China, from the People's Republic of China. You're welcome.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very glad to give a speech in BRICS conference. My topic is the practice and enactment of megacity community governance in China, a case study on Chengdu. Chengdu is a city of the capital of Sichuan province in China. Look at this picture. Here is Chengdu, the city of Chengdu. In China, there are several megacities. Chengdu is one of the megacities. It's in the western China, with an actual population of over 22 million, the fourth largest resident population in China. Here is Chengdu, the city in western China. Like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, it's more than 20,000 populations here. Chengdu is a Georgia city built in the park in China. Look at the picture. It's a beautiful city. Here, I want to talk about two items. The first part, the practice of community governance in Chengdu. In this part, I only want to introduce what reform have been carried out in Chengdu. What they have done? There are four items. The first item, reforming the leadership system of community governance. Second item, reforming the sub-district offices or city district offices. The second item, establishing the special fund of community. The fourth item, establishing a mechanism of community governance and strengthening community construction in various ways. The second part, the effect and enactment of community governance in Chengdu. I have omitted all the introduction, context, and methodology. I only want to introduce what they have done in Chengdu. The practice, the first part, practice of community governance in Chengdu. The first item, reforming the leadership system of community governance. In September 2017, the city of Chengdu established a special department, that is, urban and rural community development and governance communities at cities and districts or counties levels in the party community sequence. In a nutshell, the community is responsible for the overall design or urban work, coordinating and guiding urban grassroots governance, performing top-level design, supervision and implementation functions, setting up special institutions. The reform also includes establishing a synergistic and joint meeting system and coordinating and scheduling norms, including the participation of 42 municipal functional departments. This is the first action in China. That is a special department for community governance. The second item, reforming the sub-district offices or city district offices. In Chengdu, there are 4,351 urban and rural communities. How to govern them? First, let me introduce the administrative levels in Chinese cities. There are two levels of government, that is, city and districts. There are three levels of administration, that is, city, districts, and sub-districts offices, or city district offices. For example, in the city of Chengdu, there are 20 districts or counties, and there are 161 sub-district offices or city district offices. There are 4,351 urban and rural communities. How to govern them? The reform of Chengdu has several key points. That is, the reform of sub-district offices or city district offices to empower them. the reduction of community burden to enable them to improve themselves, the establishment of the whole organization system, do a good job in community services, and the construction of supporting police system. The aim of the reforming sub-district offices is to strengthen the core stool of community governance. After the reform, the function of investment attraction assigned by the sub-district offices and the series of indicators assessed by the superior functional departments of the districts were completely cancelled, and all kinds of resources, management, and services are gathered in the sub-district offices and communities. This is a second reform. In this way, the sub-district offices can focus on their main tasks, such as coordinating efforts to promote the development of the community, providing public services to the community residents, implementing integrated management, improving and optimizing the business and living environment of the community. The third item, establishing the special fund of the community in community governance. Our system of special community funds were established to gather resources from superior departments and peer area to ensure that every community has resources. Well, and how to use the special funds obtained by each community is decided by the common people in the community through the village people's council. The special fund of community is a fund which is used to build community specifically, namely, it's used to carry out projects of community and provide the public service for common people in the community. Generally, in the budget at the beginning of the year, urban and rural communities, including urban communities, agricultural united communities, and institutional villages will receive this fund from the financial departments of the city, districts, or county level. Usually, every year, the fund is about 1 million yuan. The fourth item, establishing a mechanism of community governance and strengthening community construction in various ways. Chengdu focuses on the basic unit of community, positioning the community as a community of life, and improving the great society by developing small communities. Chengdu has carried out several major actions of community industry development, construction of community scene, standardized construction of community, and efficient governance in order to promote the development of diversified industries in the community, create three-dimensional scenes, standardize infrastructure construction, efficient governance actions which reflect the people-oriented. And there are various ways are used to build the community, such as all kinds of community self-organization and social organizations have been cultivated in Chengdu. It's estimated about 12,000 different social organizations in Chengdu. Planning of community has been focused on in Chengdu. In terms of community development and governance, Chengdu has set up expert think tanks, advisory community, and professional teams of community planners. Among them, the advisory community absorbs a larger number of grassroots workers to participate, and there are more than 300 high-level planners. There are specialized in planning of community. A platform for multi-subject participation in community governance and development has been built in Chengdu. In short, the reform has clarified the responsibilities of the government, social organization, and community residents, interest relations, and mechanism. But all kinds of the main subjects have power, have enthusiasm to participate in social governance. The second part, the effects and enactment of community governance in Chengdu. Look at this picture. In December 2018, more than 100 cities participated in the exploration of China's urban and rural community development and governance exchange and evaluation conference. Chengdu's innovative projects ranked first and won the People's Livelihood Demonstration Project Award. In 2022, Chengdu topped the list of the happiest city in China for the 14th consecutive year. This is a picture of Chengdu. The enlightenment, the first item. The practice of Chengdu is a successful exploration of governance modernization. The practice in Chengdu is to comprehensively promote the work of social development of governance based on urban and rural communities, which objectively explores the system and the model of social development and governance, and makes up the shortboard of social development and governance in terms of the modernization path of governance capacity of national governance system. Second item, the community governance in China cannot be achieved without the leadership of CPC. China is a socialist country led by the Communist Party of China. The aim of the building of the CPC is to cope with the development of highly open and fluid society. The essence of the building of the CPC is the reorganization of Chinese society so as to keep the CPC rooted in the initial relationship of society. The second item, community governance should strengthen confidence and keep innovating. Each system implementation has its own uniqueness and rationality. We must adhere to the root confidence, serial confidence, system confidence, cultural confidence, and strive for innovation. The realization of many envisaged goals of urban and rural community governance requires the formation of joint efforts of community governance. That's all my speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chuaneng Zhang. I think you've almost convinced most of us, myself included, to want to actually live in this city. We want to be in one of the happiest cities in the world. So thank you very much for your input. I was struck by the fact that Chengdu has a population of 21 million people. That's almost a third of the population of South Africa. So the fact that it could be 60 million people over here, so you can imagine. So the fact that it could be managed so effectively and in such a high density populated, as it were, region is quite interesting for South Africa to learn from. We've got 9 provinces, so the 60 million is split between 9. So you can imagine there's a lot for us to learn around effective community governance. And I think one of the key takeaways really is how you outlined the collaboration that you have established through the steering committees. To manage the residents, government, society, and of course the party oversight, which may not necessarily translate in South Africa, but it's interesting to see the different formations that you have. And the fact that there's a community village fund. It's interesting you call it a village fund and it's 21 million people. So I think there's lots of interesting lessons that we can leverage as South Africa. So I'm challenging the principle here of NSG to see how we take your research further and how that can be, interrogated for perhaps, implementation in some of our provinces in South Africa as a model. So thank you very much for your research. It's most welcome. A few housekeeping issues. We're running 15 minutes behind schedule. So I'd like to implore the upcoming speakers to please keep to the 15 minutes that you've been allocated. That's 1. 2, to make sure that we catch up with the program, we will be having the tea break after the question and answer session. I think your program says that we will have tea, then reconvene for Q&A. I'd like for us to get straight into Q&A after the presentation, so please prepare your questions if you have any, including those that are joining us online. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who's actually joining us online, and that is Praise F. Oju Yigbe. Pardon me if I don't pronounce your name correctly. And he's presenting from the University of the Western Cape in South Africa. And the title of his research is A Systematic Governance and Administrative Reform in Equatorial Guinea, a BRICS instance. Quite an interesting topic. Looking forward to it. Praise, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please enable your video.
All right. Good morning once again. I'm Praise Ojibe from West of the Western Cape. My topic is the systematic governance and administrative reform in Equatorial Guinea, the BRICS instance. So I have just only
Ma'am,
yes.
please may I ask that you move the mic closer to your mouth?
Yeah, I'm using earpiece. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, but if you can just
Is it clearer now?
move the mic closer to you. Yes, it's better.
Is it clearer? It's better now. Okay, thank you. So once again, the topic is a systematic governance and administrative reform in Equatorial Guinea, the BRICS instance. First, we want to look at the location of Equatorial Guinea in Africa. We have different countries bearing the name Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Equatorial Guinea. But the specific Equatorial Guinea we are looking at has disjointed locations. Some of the locations are small islands very close to the equator, and there is a mainland location in the central part of Africa that share boundaries with Cameroon, Gabon, and the Atlantic Ocean. While the major island, Bioko Island, is very close to the equator, and that's where the country's capital is, Malabo. So why this country? I'm making my research, my PhD research is on this country. So this is just an aspect of the research. So we are looking at systematic governance. When we say something is systematic, we are looking at the orderliness, how organized, how methodical, how regular the system of governance has been in Equatorial Guinea. Equatorial Guinea was colonized. In fact, it's the only Spanish colonized country in sub-Saharan Africa, apart from Morocco in the north. So in other parts of Africa, Equatorial Guinea was the only country that the Spanish colonized. And it gained our independence in 1968, October 12 precisely. So since then, since 1968, which is over 50 years now, the country had two sets of leaders, only two, and it's a kind of dynastic leadership. The first president after independence was Francis Mashaya Nguema, who was overthrown through a coup by his nephew, as I call it, dynastic leadership by his nephew. Then military rule was still paramount in Africa. He was overthrown in 1979, like 11 years to his leadership. So after the overthrow, he was sent to exile, and eventually, after some years, he died. So when military rule was boosted out of Africa or was stopped, this same president, Theodore Obiang Nguema, decided to change to civilian person, and he has been in leadership since 1979. So how orderly or how organized is this is the governance in this country? We can measure this through the activities of the government in terms of economy, in terms of their infrastructural development and some other achievements. Now, if you look at during the colonial rule, the country has not discovered oil. Oil discovery was after independence. And when oil was discovered, the Equatorial Guinea partnered with the previous colonial master, Spain, and US and some other European countries. And despite all this partnership in producing the oil, if you Google it, you will know that this country, though it's a small country with its geographical location, but it has, it is one of the major OPEC or oil producing country globally. They are really making money. But if you look at the development of the country in comparison to what they are making in terms of oil, money is not, you cannot compare it to the level of development because of embezzlement, because of corruption, because of bad leadership, which is a general problem in most African countries. So looking at how does the governance look like? Yes, the governance, like I said, is autocratic. For over 50 years, only two leaders. This is not strange. There are some other countries in Africa too that their leaders would like to stay or even die in power instead of living and allow other people to contribute. A man that has been ruling for decades, close to probably 80 or 90 years, still they will not resent power. And this particular leader is even preparing his son. That's why we call it dynastic leadership. He overthrew his cousin, and now he's preparing his son, who we had that, or who research reveals that he had a lot of properties in overseas countries. This money they will have used to develop the country. In some years back, in Equatorial Guinea education, because they majorly speak Spanish and French as an official language, their education has not really developed. Some of their children after primary and secondary education or high school education, they prefer to go to neighboring countries for further studies, like tertiary studies in Nigeria, in Cameroon, Gabon, and so on. Not until recent times they are having some tertiary education. And most of these countries were established, most of these schools were established by the foreign bodies like British schools and some other European schools. So the money they are really making are not used to develop the country to the level of expectation. And apart from education, looking at the infrastructural development in that country, it has not been really encouraging. The major developments are seen in the major cities of Malabo, in the Bioko Island, close to the equator, and Rio Muni in the mainland, that is closer to Cameroon, Gabon, and Atlantic Ocean, that is bordered with those three countries, which shouldn't be. And that is the general phenomenon in most African countries. Our leaders tend to concentrate their development on the major cities. I want to believe it's part of their colonial heritage anyway, because when the colonial masters were around, they developed the government residential area, the areas they were residing, and the areas they felt they could transport our raw materials through sea down to Europe. Then they prefer to produce or process the raw materials and then bring them back to Africa to sell for us. And most of our leaders continue in that trend. And we don't want to continue with that. So we want to look at the case of Equatorial Guinea, with the instance of BRICS. The countries that come together under BRICS, when we look at their prospects or aims and objectives of getting raw materials, some supplying raw material, while some had to produce manufactured goods, all tends to development. You will see that they are well developed, even above the G7s. So if Equatorial Guinea could learn from this BRIC instance by by having their own refinery, and whatever proceeds they are making from the oil production should be used generally to develop the country. And apart from that, in the colonial time, that when oil was not discovered, Equatorial Guinea was known for exportation of agro-based crops, agricultural crops like cocoa, like timber, rubber, and so on. But now they have been shifted. They have been shifted from agricultural produce to oil production. We shouldn't be. We should try and balance this. All the, look at developed countries, they balance it. They focus on agriculture and at the same time on manufacturing countries. On manufacturing companies. So Africans generally should learn that we shouldn't be practicing a sole economy. Even in Nigeria is like that. It's like that. In Nigeria, we used to export oil, cocoa, and so on in the past. But after oil discovery in the 1950s, the major aspect of the economy focused on the oil. And we know this oil, with time, it may phase out, may not get more remuneration from the oil, and even with the dwindling price of oil globally, is really affecting us. Same with Equatorial Guinea. So there are a lot of lessons to learn, and my recommendation is that the country should avoid dynastic leadership. It has not been really helping for over 5 decades. The country has not really developed. There's only the major 2 cities of Malabo and Rio Muni in the mainland that are well developed with pronounced infrastructural development. What about the other disjointed locations like Koriko, like Anobon, the Yellow Big Great and Yellow Big Small? All those areas, they were stark rural areas with little or no access to basic life amenities like good water, good health facilities, and the money is there. But the money is just in the hands of the few elites, the few leaders, those that belong to the caucus of the presidency. They were the only one enjoying the money. While the people were even, in fact, at the time after the present president took over power, whoever doesn't belong to his caucus will not really benefit. So it has been so bad that even to the extent that some of the Equatorians had to leave their country to neighboring countries because the hardship, the brutality was so tough, was so severe. So with these few points, I think if Equatorial Guinea, if they are ready to learn from the BRICS instance, their life will be better and they will move from underdeveloped, despite the riches, to developing or even developed countries in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oyo Juyigbe, for your input. I think it's quite applicable to quite a number of African economies. You raised the issue of 5 decades of underdevelopment in Equatorial Guinea, and driven by many factors, but also by the fact that, you know, there's very little additional value to some of your primary products. You mentioned oil, you mentioned cocoa, you know, your agricultural commodities, and the fact that there's no strategic investments, as it were, to add value and accrue value into the economy, and some of the lessons that can be learned from BRICS countries that are highly industrialized. So I think that that's an interesting focus, and perhaps there's a linkage that can be made with the first presenter, the Chengdu example, around how they managed to disperse value beyond the major cities and actually create geographic spread of value, as it were. So there may be room for maybe research collaboration, so you can provide some lessons to Equatorial Guinea and many other African countries that still have the trap of you know, commodities versus beneficiation, as it were. So thank you so much for your input, Madam. Our next speaker is Zhou Pan, who is speaking from who is from the Sichuan Administration Institute of China. And the paper that they will be presenting is entitled Observation on the Development of Anmen Village, a study of new indigenous development paths for industrial revitalization of ordinary villages in China. Sounds like there's another lesson for Equatorial Guinea here, so looking forward to that input. Are they? Oh, are we at Q&A now? Okay. All right. Seems like our last 2 speakers are not available at this point. So we can then take any questions that you have from the first 2 papers. Yes, ma'am. I've noted your hand.
The last 2 speakers are here.
Please.
One of them is around.
Introduce yourself and pose your question.
A very good morning, everyone. My name is Professor Halima Kunyute is my surname. I'm from the Department of Public Service and Administration. My question is to the first speaker from the Chengdu example. Having understood and gone through the presentation, thank you very much. It was very interesting, all the presentations. But on your presentations, I think the model is largely the district development model, which is a new model within South Africa. It was just started, I think this is the 3rd year. And having done an assessment of it and understudied it, I think key components which I just wanted to probe is on the aspect of the community bank, which is something that is missing in our district development model as we are trying to integrate it into the community. Just a bit of information of how that bank was actually formulated and what were the key components of having such a bank, because I think just in terms of an economy, if really the banks could be in the communities, that would be a revolving factor in terms of the resources, which is often ailing. And also, having listened to some of the presentations over the days, it is clear that resources in terms of the economic dispensation is a huge component that should be looked into quite specifically and targeting it to the perspective of the communities, which is something that I think we can take lessons from as a country. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Do we have any other question? We have Ndate Mavuso here. Any other hand? You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Vusmuzi Mavuso from the Public Service Commission. Indeed, the presentation from our colleagues here from China are quite innovative in many instances, and I think there are lessons to be learned. Now, what I picked up for me was quite instructive in the sense that it would appear that the process of beginning the policy, coordinating it, starts with the Communist Party before it can be effected into society for implementation. And how is that proven to be successful when we have our own challenges here, because the party seems to be playing a very critical role? If you could clarify how that comes about and the manner in which the coordination takes place. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other question? Is there a hand? Am I missing a hand? Oh, yes. please.
Thank you very much. I'm Shola Daniel Katongo from University of Pretoria. The question goes to Praise. Maybe I would want her to elaborate more on major administrative reforms which Equatorial Guinea has put in place from which BRICS can learn from.
Thank you. 3 questions so far. Do you have any other hand before I hand over to the speakers for responses? Okay, great. So I think Mr. Zhang, there's 2 questions to you. The first 2, and then we'll hand over then to Madam Praise.
Thank you for your questions. Because I can't follow all your questions, I can answer the first one. You want to know the achievement from the city of Chengdu about community governance. The reform has has been carried out in 2017. From now it's about 6 years, and I have presented that Chengdu in 2018 is award it's won the People's Livelihood Demonstration Project Award. And in 2022, the city topped the list of the happiest city in China for the 14th consecutive year. This is the first question. And more details can be obtained in my paper. The second question is about how the special fund is obtained. Its grew is about 550 to million to 100. It's about the special fund is a financial I'm sorry. The special fund is for community is to gather resources from superior departments and poorer area. About every year about 1 million. At first, about half the 1 million. It's decided by the how and where to use a special fund. It's decided by the common people in the community. And Generally, in the budget of the beginning of the year, each community can receive this fund from the financial department of the city, or districts level, or counties level. And I want to, the second question is about how the different departments coordinated. I want to say in China, China is led by CPC, and there are almost nearly 5 million grassroots party organizations, nearly 100 million members in China. And the party and the members of the CPC play the leading role in every field, especially in governing community governance, such as fighting bastions, clarifying the principle, helping improve the ability of community autonomy. More details can be obtained in my paper. That's all. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the answers were very clear around how the fund works and how the budget is determined by, or at least the expenditure, as it were, determined by the villagers themselves. And I think the answer as well was clear around the policy and the policy planning. We have another question posed to Madam Praise. I hope you heard the question. It's from Mr. Katongo, and it's a very critical question, because the question is, what policy reforms does Equatorial Guinea have that can also be imparted to BRICS countries? What can BRICS countries learn from Equatorial Guinea so that it's not a one-sided criticism, as it were? So over to you, Madam Praise.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Hear you clearly.
Yes, we can.
Hello. Okay. The question is, what can the BRICS learn from Equatorial Guinea? It's in two ways. As Equatorial Guinea is learning from the BRICS too can learn from Equatorial Guinea. Like I said, that the Equatorial Guinea economy was agro-based. It was based on agriculture before independence. Then the cocoa production, the raw materials were taken to Europe. Then the manufactured goods brought back to sell in Africa, as Africa generally was known as market center for the European countries and still a market center till date. And if you look at the principles, some of the principles of BRICS is that some will be supplying manufactured goods, and while some will be supplying raw materials. Well, there should be a kind of balance, and there should the BRICS should try and not exploit Africa like they did in the colonial time. Yes, if we don't have don't let me say if we don't have. If they are taking the raw materials down to the poor countries, they can as well give us the manufacturing industries. Yes, in the colonial time, the manufacturing, they were not given to Africans, probably because they know the colonial masters knew they would leave one day. But now there's no colonialism again. There should be a kind of agreements, bilateral agreements on how whatever they are producing through our resources and the sharing method, so that Africa too will develop. Instead of leaving us underdeveloped, there should be a new thing that the BRICS can do to develop Africa, instead of continuing the pattern of taking raw materials away from Africa and bringing the manufactured goods back to Africa and being the price determinant. This has not been really helping our economy in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Praise. Very important points you're raising there. And I think I'll just leave you with one sentence. It's the reason why intra-Africa trade matters. We must also start to trade among ourselves as Africans and invest in each other's economies. But thank you for that input. Do we have other questions? We've got about 15 more minutes, Grace, of questions. Then we'll move to another paper that was from yesterday that will accommodate in this time slot. No more questions? Okay. So I hope the speaker is ready. So I'd like to introduce Li Ding from Sichuan Administrative Institute of China, who will be joining us online to present a paper entitled Orientation and Tactics of Governance in the Changing and Complex World from the Perspective of the Shared Fate Community at Levels. Over to you, Ms. Li Ding. I'm assuming it's a miss. If it's not, apologies. Are we ready? Oh, it's a mister. Welcome, Mr. Li Ding.
Kindly
Please
unmute.
Please unmute your mic.
Unmute, Mr. Lee. Ding Lee, sir, we can't hear you. Please unmute.
I'm not sure. Yes, please, thank you.
哎，李老师你好，请取消静音，这边听不到您的讲话。取消静音。哎，李老师你好，请你取消静音，在那个左下角有一个那个静音，你取消一下就可以听到您的讲话。这边听不到，谢谢。
哦，可以了吗？可以了吗？
现在可以了，现在可以了。
Okay, it's good.
Yes, yes, we can
so
hear
nice
you.
to share my comments. Okay, that's good. My topic is orientation tactics of governance in the changing and complex world from perspective of the fate community of mankind. General idea, human beings, species of the same kind, the inhabitants to the earth early, destined to face problems in common. All the issues of from and where to and where those have to be solved on the special planet. Anyway, mankind is all created to the fate community shared by everybody and no exception. As action of the state, governance is understood reasonably to be governing conduction toward orderliness by political means, as said by Confucius that politics is due to be of justice, in which values and aims of governance are all enclosed. So governance ought to serve everybody to the shared fate community. Therefore, governance must answer such questions as whom and what governance is destined to be for. Also, as said by Aristotle, that mankind is created to be political animal. It shows that everybody is endowed with political potentiality of qualities, meaning that anybody is born of capability to conduct politics. That's to say, everybody is reliable for governance and the potential participant. It follows that questions must be solved in the governing activities, such as who undertakes governance. Furthermore, as said by Marx, that the human nature is composed of all the social relations, showing that governance should be inclined on issues of relationship and orderliness. That's to say, it is supposed to answer such questions as what and how the governance is supposed to do. Now, the world is witnessed changing broadly and deeply with problems of attacks against governance, both domestically and worldwide, since 100 years. The reform of governance at home is heavily loaded and has to go a long way while the global governance is being since dumping seriously. In accordance, innovation of the domestic governance is urgently needed, with globalization ongoing indomitably internationally and regional cooperation is strongly expected towards governance of the global village. This is a requirement of the shared community of fate, both in sense of necessity and inevitability. As a member of the BRICS, China is steadily striding ahead with innovation reform of governance, whose exploration toward governing modernization is worth learning and communicating. Now, particular points, I'm glad to share my particular points with you, everybody. One, governance is a gain-seeking conduct. Two, governance is a social activity. Governance is the functional conduct of the public administration. Governance is something of pursuit more than profit. Governance is an exploration in need of reason. Governance is an integral in theory. Governance is the collective affairs of the community. Governance is featured with history, with times, nationality, with world. Governance is both the welfare and the blessedness of everybody to the community. Governance is what civilization keeps dependent on. Now, China's experiences and strengthening the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party and improving the integration of the two reservations, adhering to the people constituted fundamental purpose and principles, abiding by CCP, is mass line firmly engaged in the original aspirations and missions, putting governance into the historical processes of the socialism modernization of characteristics of China, the great national revitalization of China, the lasting peace and the prosperous development of the whole world, enforcing the dream of China in order for cohesion and of the heart and the force in purposes of gathering the strength of governance. Suggestion on tactics. The value in request of integral concern about individual, collective integrity, and the means demanding openness to internally universal participation and externally honest cooperation. All trades and professions in need of integration and coordination, collection of courses and process and stages, also inheritance and development on the way of history and reality and the future. Combination of the special governance and the comprehensive administration, ruling comprehensively by morality nor politics administration. Reinforcement of interaction among the parties with power holding administration, political participation, political assistance, political support, overall consideration of running the party and the state, governing the country and the society, ameliorating the family, cultivating the personage, adherence to the logic of pursuit of knowledge through intense study of objects, heart being upright and the will being honest, and the CRP, cultivation, amelioration, ruling, and peacekeeping. Implement of self-revolution and the social revolution, clearing, mending, managing, nursing, personal behavior, family mood, folk practice, political mode, atmosphere of the party. To overcome the tacitus trap and open up the thoroughfare, to strive to be aware of both the good and the evil and the practice of the good. Conclusions. Briefly in one word, public governance is essentially the autonomy of mankind as a whole of integral and organic community, with the nature of politics being the soul, the essence of publicity being the internal requirement, the technique being the assurance, the practice being the substantial condition, and with the public administration playing role of the supportive subject under the owner's supervision of the political power. The way out for governance to overcome the existing plights is to expand and deepen the reform in comprehensive and specific aspects, especially in aspects of the public administration. Correcting organically governance with reform, the development and the steadiness, putting the new philosophies of the governance into effect, carry out the human-oriented and people-oriented outlook of scientific development, implementing Xi Jinping's thoughts of the socialism and characteristics of China in the new times, practicing governance by science, democracy, and law, integrally advancing construction of the Noor state, Noor government, and the Noor society, attaching importance to the empowered party and the government of service and learning. Focusing on cultivation, the promotion of the party and government's mood, the atmosphere of the society, the mode of family, and the personal style, by integrating the party ruling, the government ruling, the society governing, the family maintaining, the individual cultivation by means of the regulation, nor morality in attention to creative transformation and innovative development of the excellent traditional culture. Carrying forward governance is comprehensive and specific ways in conformity with the overall 5S11 as a strategic forward layout, following the firmly the philosophy of mankind's fate community in attempt to make governance of China and the world interact and integral, persistent in the four competencies and putting awareness of the four dimensions into practice. Taking the whole road, emphasize international communication and cooperation. In initiative governing or coordination of both the world and the global, in respect to the UN and other progressive international organizations of justice, insisting tenaciously on reform of the efficient oriented governance, pushing it forward towards the new stages and levels of modernization. Fundamentally, it is critically imperative to adhere to the leadership of CCP carried out in all aspects, putting the series of scientific philosophies and ideas of CCP into practice. Taking the own road, emphasizing international communication and cooperation. Initiative governing coordination of both the world and the global in respect to the UN and the progressive international organizations of justice, insisting tenaciously on reform of the efficient oriented governance, pushing it towards the new stages and the levels of modernization. Fundamentally, it is critically imperative to adhere to the leadership of CCP, carrying out it in all aspects, putting the series of scientific philosophies and the ideas of CCP into practice. That's okay. Now, so much for my presentation. Thank you, everybody. Hello? Hello?
Mr. Li Ding, for your input. Quite a lively presentation. I think one statement that you made that struck me is the fact that governance is what civilization depends on. I thought that's a very impactful and interesting statement to make. I will open up then for questions to Mr. Li Ding before we break for tea, if there are any questions. And also any input from the moderator. I think, Mr. Ngwenya, you were moderating his panel. If there were thoughts that you may have had, happy to.
Maybe please take the speaker from Nigeria. They just joined online now.
Oh, okay. The more the merrier. All right. Let me get my. Sure. To our regularly scheduled programming, it seems. Our speaker from Nigeria has availed themselves and will be joining us online. Back to the theme of the future of governance and public administration. And the speaker is Olukayode Akinola from the Olabisi Onabanjo University in Nigeria. And I will allow them then 15 minutes to make a presentation on a systemic new model of transforming knowledge in schools and inference for administrative reforms in Nigeria. Over to you. Are they connected?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
We hear you clearly.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm Olukayode. The front name is Akinola. The topic of discussion is a systemic new model of transforming knowledge and inference for administrative reform in Nigeria. Greetings from Nigeria in the first place. And Nigeria is over 60 years of independence, and a lot of effort has been made to actually improve on the public administration of the country. There have been efforts to make the system more accessible and accommodating for the multiple ethnic groups that make up the country. But over the years, and for the past 60 years, we said that Nigeria has not made much progress in actually bringing the disparate ethnic groups together, to be able to achieve the more desired national development, nation building process that will actually make the country a better place for all. Over the years, programs have been put in place to actually integrate the various ethnic groups. But at the center of the independence, they have to contend with 30 months civil war. And after the civil war, very fully aware that one of the major reasons why we had the issue was because there was cultural misunderstanding among the people of the country. Various ethnic groups that make up the country. Programs were put in place, policies were instituted, able to bring to like the National Youth Service Corps, which is meant to expose duty in the country in the various cultures outside their immediate ethnic group. And equally, there are other policies like the quota system, which is meant to ensure balancing in admission and then in employment opportunities that are available in the country so that every of the ethnic groups adequately fairly represented. But in the face of all this, not much that was achieved, particularly with reference to the recent election we had, the general election we had this year, 2023, in February and March. The process that led to that election actually further revealed that Nigeria has to actually get there as a united country that will make citizens to get the best out of it. And in the light of this, it is being considered in this paper that there is a need for Nigeria to bring in place, particularly in the school system, structure, knowledge dissemination that will actually assist even in raising the youth, the younger generation. It seems as if it is becoming difficult to actually get much from the older generation. But there's a need to inculcate a new culture of cultural understanding and cultural attitude and skill that will make Nigerians to actually navigate among themselves and live together, work together, and bring the expected progress that the country so much desires. There's no doubt that Nigeria has a lot of resources which it can leverage on, even to be at par with countries in the BRICS and other advanced countries of the world. But the issue of lack of cultural understanding and unity among the people has actually compromised the process. And so, in the light of this paper is actually proposing that the school system must be so enamored and spending to be able to build in the upcoming generation a new culture of national understanding, a culture that breaks barriers of ethnic misunderstanding, ethnic conflict, and ethnic marginalization, and all kinds of stereotypes that are making it difficult even for the current generation to be able to forge necessary national unity and cohesion. And in the light of that, the cultural competence is being proposed. And what is cultural competence? Cultural competence is about people being sufficiently informed about their culture and the culture of other people, and being able to effectively relate with people from other cultures without bias, without stereotypes that promote misunderstanding. And for Nigerian system, cultural competence has been also at the level of awareness. Just aware, but cultural competence is much more than that. It goes to the point of being equipped with abilities, attitude, and skills, even to be able to effectively and wholesomely engage with other people from other cultures. If Nigeria can get it right in that respect, I strongly believe that much progress will be made in national development as been planned over the years. And for this cultural competence to be well inculcated, it is being proposed that in this paper that the innovative strategies to be adopted in actually communicating the cultural competence knowledge on our part, the critical these two teaching methodologies actually promote perspective.
They also get load shedding in Nigeria, so we will pardon our speaker. The positive thing is we've caught up on time. I don't think we'll be able to pose any questions to him because of the connectivity issues. The time is now 10:26, and I'd like to propose that we break for tea. And please be back at 10:50, 10 minutes to 11. So that the next session can promptly start at 11 o'clock. But thank you very much for your kind attention and for engaging and participating in the session. It's been my honor and pleasure really to moderate. And enjoy the tea. See you back here at 10:50. Thank you.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground. and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and the showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brent South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and the showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brent South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and the showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and the showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and the showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brent South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and the showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brent South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world. The large, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brent South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brent South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
Colleagues, good morning again. I'm not moderating this session. I am here to tell you that we are doing adjustments on the program. We are going to receive all the presentations as they appear on the program before we break for lunch. All the presentations, including the Deputy Minister doing the closing. That means we'll break for lunch around 1:30, and then we will not come back after lunch. After the Deputy Minister has closed the conference officially, we'll go and take a group photo outside, enjoy our lunch, and then we can allow the colleagues to network, mingle, and those who may want to do some sightseeing will be allowed to do so. So please bear with the moderator now. All of you who appear on the program, make sure that you are ready to present. Make sure your presentation is loaded by the colleagues there at the back. We will take the discussion and the Q&A after receiving all the presentations as they appear, and the program moderator has a discretion to shuffle the presenters around. So that is our compact this morning, that will receive all presentations, close officially, do announcement, do a group family photo, then we will not come back here after lunch. Thank you, and welcome, Program Director.
Prof, thank you very much for that revision to the program. Colleagues, let's get started. So as Prof has already indicated, we are revising our program. Our next session will be moderated by Dr. Leah Naika from the Public Service Sector Education and Training Authority. So in that session, we will take presentation 1, presentation 3, so we're skipping over the one from Stellenbosch University, and then we'll take one more presentation. After that, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Vusimuzi Mavuso, Commissioner from the Public Service Commission. Colleagues, please make notes. You're not restricted to only asking questions here. Remember, you're welcome to engage all of the presenters, at least the ones that are here physically, outside also of the session. I'll hand over to Dr. Naika. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our second session. I stand between you and lunch. Actually, my co-moderator, or the next moderator, Mr. Vusimuzi Mavuso, also stands between you and lunch. So let's get this on the road. Colleagues, we have, as per the program in front of you, there were 3 sessions that were, or 3 papers that were supposed to be presented today. The first one being the role of farmers' subjectivity, the dilemma and breakthrough path of China's rural governance modernization. This is from our colleague at the Sichuan Administration Institute, China. And now it seems that technology is failing me. Yes, technology has failed me. Our presenter is Mr. Zhifeng Reddy. Yes, Miss, thank you. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very glad to give a speech for you, but also I have a bit nervous because my 2 colleagues have given wonderful speech. Now, today I want to talk about the modernization of rural governance in China. I think the key point and critical path is how to play the role of farmers' subjectivity. As we all know, China has now won the battle against poverty. The task of the new era is to promote rural revitalization and build a modern and powerful country. Modernization of rural governance is an inevitable requirement for a modern and powerful country. However, the modernization of rural governance in China still has a long way to go. The rural governance is still in the stage of elaborate and immature and faces several challenges and difficulties. Based on history and practice, it shows that the crucial of the modernization of rural governance lies in concern for the people in the main force of the countryside. And our paper will conduct research from 4 aspects. There maybe is a logic from theory to practice and from challenge to the passes. I think everyone are familiar with the governance theory. In the initial stage, this concept of governance is a political and administrative category. It is from Latin and Greek. The original meaning of governance is to control, guide, and manipulate, as opposed to the traditional government and management. The earliest use of it in public affairs of management management was the term crisis in governance proposed by World Bank. It is report Sub-Saharan Africa from crisis to sustainable growth in 1989. Over time, due to its emphasis on promoting participation, transparency, and accountability, the concept of governance expanded to encompass all areas, including enterprise, cities, governments, and countries. So various nations such as rural governance, urban governance, regional governance, metropolitan area governance, and international governance have emerged. And the concept of governance was applied in China, was dating back to 1998. The serial governance of the China Rural Issues Research Center of Central China Normal University was included in the rural issues, and a new concept of rural governance was proposed. Rural governance can be understood as a process by which village-level organizations coordinate information organizations' private interest groups grew up to achieve the goals of rural social development. It has involved increasing between village-level autonomous organizations and villagers, as well as the engagement of the public sector of society and private organizations. It can be affirmed that the following three elements are covered by rural governance. First one is rural governance mainly involves the handling of rural public affairs. The second one is rural governance emphasizes the participation of multiple subjects, especially the participation of farmers. The third one is rural governance aims to seek the public welfare of farmers and promote rural development. So, as we know, now our goal is the modernization of rural governance. But how? We think the key to achieve this goal is that farmers should play the main role. Rural governance ultimately revolves around home governance. Local villagers constitute the subject of rural governance modernization. The village does not belong to others but to the villagers themselves. As the endogenous driving force of rural government development, villagers represent the vitality of rural communities and the most active participants in rural governance. The key to promoting the modernization of rural governance lies in considering the subjectivity of farmers. In reality, Chinese farmers have increased advanced independent thinking regarding rural production and life. This is evidently primary in agricultural production, where economic rationality has gradually transitioned from potential to tangible, from ambiguity to clarity, and has surged in all aspects. Economic rationality has triggered political rationality, resulting in farmers' increasing participation in rural governance, with their subjectivity progressively become prominent. So, whether it's rural governance or rural development, the fundamental aim is create abundant material life, convenient transportation. But these superficial characteristics, its essence and true purpose is stimulating and cultivating the main original and main abilities farmers, revitalizing the main status of farmers, giving full play to the main role of farmers, establishing a supporting force for the sustainable development and prosperity of the rural area. But this is aim, and to reach the aim, we now face many challenges. The challenges, I think, includes three aspects. Includes concept, ability, and motivative. The first one is the concept. Farmers themselves lack subject consciousness. As we all know, only there is subject consciousness with follow up the subject behavior. Betrayed, the behavior of the subject is closely related to the subject consciousness. However, the research found that farmers in countryside do not have a clear understanding of this issue. They are not sufficiently aware of the subject. They lack individual initiative. They are not concerned enough about countryside governance. They are not highly motivated to participate. They are more dependent on external forces of countryside governance. They can hardly take the initiative to consciously solve some problems in the countryside, and they lack the thinking and exploring or pushing up the modernization of rural governance. The second aspect or the challenge is there is an issue of deficiency of the subject ability. Farmers' existing capabilities did not match the requirements of modernization of rural governance. The effective participation of farmers in rural governance requires not only stimulation of their will, but also the matching of their ability. Consciousness and self-activity are mutually intertwined systems. However, in many parts of China, farmers have not developed sufficient knowledge and abilities in managing public affairs or established a corresponding participation framework. The second challenge is the motive. Farmers lack motivation to participate in rural governance. With the decline of the moral code under the traditional social and clan norms, the farmer's self-concentrate value orientation has become more and more prominent. The sense of identity with the newly constructed rural area is weak, and non-memorized value orientation that lives only for themselves has gradually formed. This value orientation not only encodes the organization network and the cultural network of power, but also deviates from the gates of rural revitalization proposed by the rural revitalization strategy. So, how can we crack these challenges? We think there may be four paths. The four paths, first one is improve the quality and efficiency of publicity and stimulate the subjective awareness of farmers in rural governance. Through practice, it can be seen that publicity and education are effective means to stimulate farmers' subjective awareness. Through high frequency and high reach publicity, theories and concepts will be rooted in the hearts of farmers, thereby guiding farmers to fully recognize the necessity and significance of consciousness and autonomously participating in rural governance. And there also have three paths. Firstly, the pertinence and tendency of the content of publicity should be realized. Secondly, adopt a multi-means, multi-carrier, and multi-way publicity model. The form of publicity should be easy to understand and accept. For example, a certain country in Sichuan province, means Wusun, promote the content of civilized rural style, including the concepts of neighborhood matchmaking, respect for the elderly and children, diligence and simplicity, and create copies that will be engraved on the interiors of villagers' houses. And they also produce a video of villagers participating in rural affairs as a TV start-up video. As soon as villagers turn on the TV, they first see the relevant content. Thirdly, focus on the combination of publicity and typical establishment. Through publicity, farmers can see the beautiful prospects of rural areas after the improvement of governance efficiency. For example, many rural areas in China have selected Xinjiang and vigorously promote the disease of Xinjiang. The so-called Xinjiang refers to people who actively participate in the development of rural industries and rural governance, contribute wisdom and funds to rural development, drive villagers to become rich, and promote the improvement of rural civilization. Propaganda for them can motivate farmers to learn from them. Use the power of those models to regulate and restrain the bad behavior of managers and motivate them to actively take action in rural governance. The second path is enhance farmers' behavioral ability to participate in rural governance through enhanced education and training. In the current context of Internet of Everything, the main tools used to improve farmers' governance capabilities are modern scientific and technological resources such as information technology and graduation. Comprehensive, high-level and multi-field education and training for farmers is the primary way. Secondly, in the government's establishing and training system, the rural government's capacity improvement section should be supplemented. Through systematic training, farmers will broaden their horizons, concentrate on their work, consciously take the initiative to pay attention to rural development, recognize the needs of rural governance and modernization, and grasp of the rural organization and construction. The third path to enhance farmers' use of digital technology. Today's society has entered the digital age, and the digital empowerment of rural governance is an inevitable requirement. Farmers used to master digital skills through training and be able to effectively apply digital technology to rural governance, thereby enhancing the effectiveness of rural governance. The third path, I think, is encourage farmers to participate in the economic practice of rural modernization and improve their inherent motivation to participate in rural governance. Firstly, it is necessary to improve the interest linkage mechanism and encourage farmers to participate in the development of rural industries. This is a guarantee for improving the foundation of villagers' self-governance. Secondly, accelerate the construction of various industrial organizations and life organizations. Through the established platform and career for farms to participate in and handle the operation of rural affairs through organizations, farmers can fully express their will and exert their initiative and creativity within the recognized organization system. As the last pass, it updates the rural governance system and improve farmers' participation level in rural governance through standardized and mechanized operation. First, is establish a system and governance structure that can widely absorb the participation of willing farmers, such as the villagers' deliberation system. The villagers' supervision committed for rural governance, etc., to ensure that farmers can effectively participate and achieve self-management and self-supervision. Secondly, enhance farmers' cooperative capabilities through the construction of various types of cooperative organization. Thirdly, encourage and attain professional social organization, especially volunteer groups, to enter rural areas, which will help farmers improve their ability to participate in governance. And the last one is promote cooperations and governance culture cultivation in rural areas and cultivate farmers' principle illiterate and in short, the modernization of rural governance in China is an important part of the new journey, and it is an inevitable requirement for achieving comprehensive rural revitalization and meeting the needs of farmers for a better life. But the modernization of rural governance in China has a long way to go, requiring the awakening of farmers' subject consciousness, the consolidation of farmers' subject standards, and the full play of farmers' subject zone. That's all my speech. Thank you.
Thank you to our presenter. I think that was very informative. Coming from the public service CETA, I think it was a particularly interesting presentation for us because your discussion around the modernization of farmers through publicity and education and how it promotes farmers to fully understand their dominant position in rural development was very engaging. We also particularly enjoyed, from PCETA side, we enjoyed the fact that you made the connection between education and training and how it should enhance the ability of farmers as individuals to enhance the adaptability of their subject status in rural China. Also, and I'm sure this came out in your presentation as well, and the colleagues have noted, creativity, innovation, cooperative capabilities, self-management, and self-supervision. Came out as pretty strong themes in your presentation, so well done on that, and thank you. I'm sure we'll get some good questions coming out from the group when we go to the Q&A section. But in terms of our housekeeping, before we move to the next presentation, I've been informed that you are going to be receiving a questionnaire, or survey rather, during the course of the presentations. Please fill them out and let us know what you thought about the proceedings, these 3 days proceedings. How did you find the presenters, the presentations, the logistics, all of that fun stuff. It should be coming your way soon. And yeah, so be on the lookout for that. This takes us, colleagues, to the next presentation. It's actually the third presentation on your program. It is Research and Development Funding Patterns in BRICS countries, Policy Lessons for South Africa's Provincial Administration. And Here we are going to be looking at, or what the presenters, just a brief synopsis, what they intend to cover for you today is how research and development has taken over the space in the last couple of years, and how it should be viewed as an enabler for economic growth and social economic development. They're looking at the emergence of the knowledge economy across the globe and how it has necessitated the need for countries to introspect on their readiness and preparedness to use research and development as a strategic tool for growth and socio-economic development. Quite a mouthful, but quite definitely a topic that's going to get us engaged. So with that, I now hand over to the presenters, Prof. Ricky Mukonza from TUT, as well as Ms. Madikana Mohohong from Limpopo Office of the Premier.
Good morning, colleagues. As already indicated, I'm Madikana Jekina Mokokong from the Tshwane University of Technology. I'm here on my capacity as a student, but I work for the Limpopo Office of the Premier. I'm with my supervisor, Professor Ricky Mukonza, there at the back. So this particular draft paper emanates from my doctoral thesis. I'm a doctoral candidate. So we basically looked at one of the objectives of the study that pertains to R&D funding and investment. So we thought it would be interesting to look at the funding patterns from the BRICS countries and also narrow it down to the provincial administration. This is the structure of the presentation. I'm not going to dwell much into it. The chair has already provided a synopsis of what the paper is all about. So we're looking at the emergence of knowledge economy across the globe and how it has necessitated the need for countries to introspect on their readiness to use R&D as a strategic tool and their preparedness thereof, and looking at it as an enabler for development, for reaching developmental goals or agenda of particular countries. So when you look at the concept of R&D funding or investment, you'll realize that it's not necessarily a new phenomenon. It has been there for quite some time, so it's not entirely new. I mean, when you look at the internationalization of R&D, precisely in terms of collaborating and cross-bonding on issues of R&D, even at the BRICS level, you'll realize that these collaborations have been taking place for quite some time. Hence, we're saying that it's not entirely a new phenomenon. The economic growth has been, evident in most developing countries, most big economies. So we look at R&D as an integral part of socio-economic development. And we are saying that when we look at BRICS as well, there's been some demonstrations of the seriousness of research and development funding at this particular level. So, I mean, for instance, you look at how the policy landscape in BRICS countries has necessitated for multinational corporations and transnational corporations to invest on R&D, and also how these MNCs and TNCs have established facilities jointly with the countries wherein they operate in. And we also narrowed down to the South African perspective and say that South Africa has developed policies and systems on R&D, which is a good thing because it demonstrates the intention to create a nexus between science, technology, and innovation and the socio-economic development. So this should be applauded for the South African government to take that initiative. However, It should be noted that these policies are yet to yield, expected results as and when we proceed as a country in terms of ensuring that we invest substantially on R&D. The South African government generally and the provincial administration specifically are basically lagging behind on the adoption of R&D as a strategic tool for planning and development, and ultimately this affects the R&D funding landscape of the country. So this study looked at the three provinces, Gauteng, Northwest, and Limpopo, in terms of how are they doing as provinces as far as R&D is concerned, and putting it at the center of development. So you will see as I proceed with the presentation in terms of the findings. So there has been, through the literature review that I did, there's been a gap that has been noted, and it has been widening between South Africa and its counterparts countries in BRICS, as well as other countries like your big economies like USA, Japan, UK, and more. And this raised a question for us to say now, with this widening gap, shouldn't South Africa and its provincial administration begin to contribute significantly on the proportion of GDP on R&D funding in order to improve the current state of affairs as far as socio-economic development and economic growth is concerned? The methodological perspective, this was a qualitative study, and we used the case study research design. It was an analytic and descriptive study, which was conducted, like I said, in the three provinces. Particularly, we wanted to bring a comparative analysis between these three provinces, because Gauteng is an urban province and Limpopo and Northwest are more rural. So wanted to look at that comparison to say what is happening, especially because Gauteng is more of our economic hub. So wanted to see the R&D patterns in Gauteng as well. We sampled 22 key informants from the offices of the Premier, precisely because the OTPs are coordinators of research and development in provinces. We also looked at the universities in these provinces, but for this study, due to other limitations, we only managed to work with Limpopo, University of Limpopo, University of Venda Northwest, and UNISA, and also the research forum members, because all these provinces have research forums where they discuss research and development imperatives and trends, and they're more of multi-sectoral platforms, if I should put it like that. The theoretical framework that is underpinning the study is the public management reform theory, because we want to also look at how we can reform South Africa using this particular public administration, public management reform theory, and improving the effectiveness and efficiency of government's business. Looking at the BRICS, generally, BRICS policy landscape, one of the first things that we must have or bear in mind is that a country's enabling policy landscape is important for R&D to thrive. That is a point of departure here. And we take, for example, China, and how China has implemented a revolving door policy, which, by the way, is something that happened in the late 1970s. And I think one speaker yesterday spoke about the importance of long-term planning and having to understand that long-term planning will yield results, but at a long-term basis. So when you look at this revolving door policy that emanated somewhere in the 1970s, the late 1970s, and what is happening now in China, you'll then appreciate the importance of strategic planning and long-term planning. That the Chinese government has showcased a strong presence in relations to developing and enforcing research, development, and innovation policies by also ensuring that they attract foreign direct investments in their country, and this includes putting up terms and conditions for transnational and multinational corporations and ensuring that they enforce such policies on, for example, industries such as the automobile industry. For instance, China has passed a policy on the automobile industry to offer financial incentives and tax incentives on R&D. India has also done the same, where they impose such regulations on domestic and foreign companies, similarly with Russia and Brazil. So with South Africa, the Treasury Department also introduced an incentive policy to attract foreign and domestic investment on R&D. Those particular systems, among others, include tax incentives, import tariffs, and tax holidays. So the aforementioned policies within the BRICS country are primarily there to encourage R&D investment by both the domestic and the foreign industries and firms. However, in South Africa, these policies, like I said earlier, they're yet to yield a positive results or expected results, and you'll see in the next slides. So for these policies to be viable, you need a government that is going to be very strict on putting measures and enforcing such measures, because it is one thing to develop a policy, but it's totally something else to implement successfully such policies. This is just to showcase the R&D funding patterns from the BRICS countries, but I also included the three economies that are doing very well: Japan, South Korea, UK, and USA. So now when you look at this particular pattern here, it showcases how these countries are funding R&D. And here's the GERD, which basically is a gross expenditure on research and development, which is an indicator in terms of how governments are intentional about their R&D environment. So you look at South Africa and you realize that there is a fluctuation of GERD, that is the expenditure of R&D as a percentage for GDP. Also, over the period of years from 2014 to 2021, the pattern has been declining. I mean, you look at 2016, we're sitting at 0.75% of the GRD, 2017, 0.76, and then from 2018, it kept going, the graph kept going down. In comparison to the likes of Brazil, Russia, China, as well, and also Japan, when you look at what Japan is doing there, and the USA, you'll realize that we are lagging behind as far as R&D investment, and it also affects the expenditure thereof. However, even with that, with this indication, it also says to us that when you look at the policy landscape in South Africa in terms of the NDP as our macroeconomic policy, as our strategic policy for the country, we as a country seem to be aware of the need for South Africa to invest on R&D. When you look at the National Development Plan Vision 2030, it highlights that research, innovation, and technology should be prioritized by, and I quote, building a properly qualified, professional, competent, and committed teaching, academic research, and public service core. By 2030, 75% of the university academic staff should hold PhDs, either as a staff or postdoctoral fellows. The NDP also emphasized that research should dominate the developmental agenda of the country through knowledge production, that is research, and the dissemination of the research, as well as the research uptake, which looks at how we implement the recommendations from research issues. This context also bring in together public sector government, the research institutions like your research councils, your CSIR, your ARC, and so forth, and the universities. Now, when I was doing this study, I also wanted to check in terms of how are other provinces doing, especially those that have put R&D at the center of their planning and development. So I also looked at, as literature review, looked at the Western Cape to say how is the Western Cape doing in comparison to Gauteng, because they are more urban provinces. So provincial administrations that have made attempts to invest in R&D, like Western Cape and Gauteng, are doing relatively well on socio-economic development when we compare them to their counterparts in Limpopo and Northwest provinces. For example, a proportional R&D expenditure in Gauteng and Western Cape province is sitting at about 28% and 23.9% respectively. And Limpopo and Northwest, it's sitting at 4% and 2.7% respectively. So you can see the numbers there, that in terms of Gauteng and Western Cape, with the injections that they put on R&D, they're able to actually spend more on their R&D issues. This is to also showcase the policy landscape in South Africa on R&D investment, looking at the expenditure as a percentage of GDP by the sector from 2011-2021. Here we're looking at different sectors like government, science council, and so forth, and you'll realize that a huge chunk of this percentage comes from, of the R&D expenditure comes from business, and then higher education, and then the science council, followed by government. And this also, when you look at the GRD, you will realize that the pattern also keeps going down, as I've showcased in the previous slides. This particular slide looks at the proportional government funded by R&D sector, and you realize that a lot of funding from government for R&D goes to the higher education, your universities, and the science council, and then also a certain percentage, like the 11.6 that was funded in 2011-2012 goes to government. But you also check the pattern, you realize that the pattern for government R&D funding, it keeps going down. It is only in 2020-2021 where it picked up, precisely probably because of the injections that were made for research on COVID-related issues. Here are the key findings from the selected provinces, where we wanted to understand the perceptions of government officials in offices of the Premier and the research forum members from different sectors that sits in the forum. So here we're looking at the key findings to see that a lot of people, especially the significant proportion of 9 government officials and 4 research forum members, contended that the provincial administration did not invest much in R&D. Respondents emphasized that R&D was not regarded as a priority in their provinces. And here are just the citations or the quotations from the respondents. Let me quickly go to a contradictory view to other respondents from Gauteng precisely. Gauteng respondents were saying that R&D partnerships and provincial administration as will to inject significantly on R&D has actually assisted the province to move in a proper light, and also that they are about 1.5% of the GDP has been provided for R&D. This is just to showcase the secondary data in terms of the PGDS, the Provincial Growth and Development Strategies of Provinces. I see the chair is standing up, my time is up, so I will not go much into it, but I'm going to quickly go to the policy lessons in terms of the recommendations for this particular paper, to say that, number one, provincial administrations must be able to attract foreign direct investment, and the attraction of foreign direct investment is highly dependent on the political and social stability, the anti-corruption policies and transparency policies, as well as the availability of human resource that is able to be competent and do their job. I'm giving examples of China there in terms of, and India in terms of their ability to attract FDI. This is just to showcase what other countries have managed to do in terms of inward foreign direct attraction. I'm not going to dwell much onto that. The second lesson is that we need to, as provincial administrations, we need to industrialize or commercialize our R&D by having a close linkage between knowledge generation as well as the universities and science council and the SMMEs, which are particularly those that are able to hire most people. So SMMEs must have a linkage with the science councils and the universities as well as government, and also the ability for provincial administration to explore provision of incentives on R&D institutions, as this leads to knowledge production and technology generation. This may also lead to economic growth in those particular provinces. So there's a need for national innovation systems to be taken serious by the country as well as our provincial administration. Another important thing, the successful implementation of R&D tax incentives, which looks at the tax super deduction, which is about mainly tax incentives that aim at reducing a company's tax base. Secondly, the output-oriented fiscal incentives. This type of research support usually targets the second phase of R&D, where there's some R&D sales or income. So the provincial administration and government should be able to tax these particular firms or companies lower based on their R&D income and sales, so that they are able to encourage them to invest more on R&D. In conclusion, we are saying that the statistics have indicated the position of R&D investment in BRICS countries for a period of time. However, in the context of South Africa, the R&D investment is moving at a slow pace, and it is apparent that South Africa and its provincial administration need to devise workable means or mechanisms to create an enabling environment for R&D investment to take place. And in red highlights there, I'm just indicating the attracting of FDI, providing tax incentives, and also commercialization of R&D. One of the factors that is important is to develop and implement and monitor policies as far as R&D's investment is concerned. And lastly, we need as a country and provincial administration to invest as a start at least about 1 and 2% of provincial GDP. Gauteng is doing it currently. About 1.5% of their GDP is injected into R&D issues. And I should believe that the other provincial administration should be able to draw lessons from Gauteng and do the same. But also because other countries, BRICS countries such as Brazil, India, and China have been doing the same for over a period of time. So it is about time that the country as well as provincial administration need to look at this important element of at least provide a significant contribution towards R&D investment. Thank you.
Thank you to our presenter. Colleagues, those of you who haven't been to the front, let me tell you, there's a screen at the bottom here that says time up, and it blinks in bright red. I know our presenter saw it, but the one thing that stood out for me was, even though this was flashing and was saying time up, time up, time up, she was so passionate about her topic, her findings and her conclusion, she just couldn't see me edging down the stairs as well as the flashing screen. And I think that's quite commendable considering, she's looking at R&D and how we can take that forward in the research space. So well done to you, ma'am. I particularly enjoyed your problem statement. I thought it to be quite controversial in the sense that you said the South African government and the provincial administration is lagging behind on the adoption of R&D as a strategic tool for planning and development. Hopefully some of our colleagues will have some topical questions and equally controversial questions for you following the Q&A session. Your slide on R&D investment and its impact on expenditure, very interesting, very captivating. I think that deserves a little more unpacking as well. And the developmental agenda of the country through knowledge production, dissemination, and research uptake. As PCETA, we work with TUT as well. We work with a lot of higher education institutions, and that is the current discussion, and it's so topical at the moment. How do we look at taking not just the knowledge production forward, but how do we look at the research dissemination and the research uptake? It's wonderful to have all of this research available, but what are we doing with it? Is it sitting on the shelf gathering dust? Is it on some repository not being used? So quite topical aspects coming out in this presentation, and thank you. We enjoyed it. And that brings us to the third presentation for this session, which is titled Research on the Reform and Reconstruction of Intellectual Property Administration System in the Era of Big Data. Yet another very topical buzzword, or topical and buzzword in research at the moment: big data, Internet of Things, and all things associated there. For that, I will hand over to Wan Lipeng, who is from the Shanghai Administration Institute in China. Thank you.
maybe this time. And also, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to take speech. And my topic is the reform and reconstruction of intellectual property administration system in the era of big data. And hereinafter referred to as IP. Yes, intellectual property rights referred to as IP. Yeah. Firstly, let me introduce my abstract of the synthesis. And the big data has become a source of motivation for governance innovation and all of the world. And the database seeking will have a fundamental impact on the reform of IP administrative management system. Based on the collection, sharing, managing, and application of data information, the market supervision and law enforcement functions of IP administrative department have been fully optimized. However, the current big data governance in the field of IP still has some problems, such as insufficient top-level design, poor connection between fundamental departments and others. And therefore, the reform and reconstruction of IP management system should shift from policy-oriented to law-oriented, coordinate the block relationship of administrative protection departments around the data flow, establish and improve the technical support system, and reshape the relationship between administrative rights and responsibilities of IP. Yeah, this is my abstract of the synthesis. And then I will firstly, I will introduce the executive summary. And as the important means and breakthrough the government, big data is gradually forming a new pattern of data sharing among government departments, promoting changes in the system of governments. Looking at the world, data resources dominate the development process of the new scientific and technology revolution. And how to correctly understand the function and value of big data and make full use of data resources to improve the public governance capabilities is important representation. And in the field of IP governance, which is undergoing profound changes, such as in China, and the impact of big data and its technical system is deep and all-round. First of all, the various types of information surrounding the creation, protection, and application of IP rights, which puts forward high requirements on the information processing ability of IP. And secondly, the IP infringement in the network environment is more and more hidden, and the cost of infringement is relatively reduced due to weak technical regulations, especially in the field of e-commerce. The regulation effect of IP infringement is not ideal. Moreover, IP protection has received increasing attention, and the level of IP administration has become an important indicator to measure the governmentability of local governance. And it is urgent to solve the institutional and mechanism problems existing in the reform of IP administration system in the era of big data. And then I will introduce some impact of big data on IP administration, especially in China. Yeah. Firstly, it means function orientation, infringement control, and infringement monitoring. As we know, as we know, the formulation of laws, regulations, and policies on administrative protection of IP has failed to achieve the established goals in actual operation, and the complexity and variability of IP infringement and illegal acts has exceeded the rational expectations of system designers. And big data will have a superimposed effect on this. The deviation of an IP infringement cognition has become a key factor that makes it difficult for administrative protection of IP to be effective, and the use of big data technology can effectively monitor infringement acts and improve the effectiveness of IP laws enforcement bodies in punishing infringement and counterfeiting acts. Big data technology fundamentally optimized the function positioning of IP rights, facilities discovering of infringement, and then takes targeted punitive measures. For example, the intelligent image recognition, data capture, and active analysis based on big data. Intelligent tracking has become an important technical means for large internet companies to identify fake and shoddy goods online. And second, the management mode, extensive management and fine governance. And the IP administrative system formed in the specific historic background has a profound imprint of the time and follows the traditional bureaucratic mode in the aspects of institutional structure. Management seeking protection concept and workflow by systematically building platforms and mechanisms for data collection, processing, analysis, and sharing. Big data governance helps break through the department barriers of bureaucratic management and is no longer a big data application idea in the sense of simple truth. Third, obligation shift from the information disclosure to the data sharing. This is very important, data sharing. And the research shows that the disclosure of IP information carries the value presumption of the legitimacy of administrative handling of IP disputes and the enhancement of law enforcement credibility, and also seriously affects the access and realization of the legitimate rights and interests of administrative counterparts, such as the right to know, the right to participate, the right to supervise, and so on. Traditional intellectual property information collection is mostly dominated by the institutions within the IP office, and while the intellectual property big data resources closely related to the IP economy have exceeded the management authority of a single IP department, which is bound to limit the sharing and integration of IP data in a wide range and at a high level. Fourth, and responsibility orientation from result responsibility to process supervision. And the traditional IP administrative protection mode is result oriented, but it will cause the following several problems. For example, the sincerity of law enforcement is not high, and the law enforcement personnel are afraid of handling difficult and complex cases. It also encourages infringement's lucky mentality. The cost of infringement is lower. The relative passive parts of discovering of infringement clues is difficult to have deteriorate effect on IP infringement violators. There is great uncertainty certainty about whether the infringement is found or not. Yes, however, we still have a lot of problems in the future, and maybe this problem is very important. For example, the top level designer of big data and the connection between function departments, the development of data intelligence system, and the concept of data governance is backward, and other problems. Okay, and in the future, and in my opinion, I think the IP is very important all along the world, and the IP management is also very important, and whether it uses the big data is key. Maybe in some instances, it determines the management of the governance. And so, in my opinion, I will give some consideration, some problems. First, we'd better form an IP administration system from policy land to law land. And the pilot work should be carried out in an orderly manner. And based on the pilot work, we'd better from the policy land to law land, And we'd better revise intellectual property laws, such as the patent law, the copyright law, and the trademark law. And the big data legislation in the field of IP is mainly considered from these laws, and with extensional functions such as collection, utilization, supervision, and sharing of IP data information. Second, coordinate the block relationship between IP administrative department around the data collection. And around data collection, the block relationship of IP administrative department needs to be straightened out. For example, from the central to the local IP system, a unified professional big data operation system should be formed. Okay. And thirdly, we'd better establish and improve the technical support system for IP protection. And the construction of the technical support system needs to meet the two basic requirements of complete technology and skilled technology application, that is, to realize the benign operation and operation of the technical system itself and the high equal man-machine interaction mode. The last one is re-establish and open and transparent relationship between administrative power and responsibility for IP rights. Because of the time, from the perspective of big data governance, the transformation of IP administrative functions is mainly reflected in two aspects. First, smooth information disclosure and sharing mechanism. And only by sharing IP data and information using advanced technology means such as big data and artificial intelligence to implement monitoring, coordinating the cooperation of functional departments and mobilizing social forces, can administrative departments form a diversified social co-government model. And the advantages of big data technology are mainly reflected in the manning, sharing, and application of data resources, and the data will certainly become a key element of the reform of IP administrative protection system and the optimization of management process. That's all. It should be noted that my topic is based on current situation in China. It has a certain degree of specificity. And this is my email. And this, oh, sorry. Sorry. And I'm looking forward to continue communication with our friends. Thanks for your attention. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you to our presenter. Quite an informative presentation as well. So I think you wanted to share your email address, but it didn't come up. Maybe you could share with the colleagues thereafter your email address, because I did hear some colleagues wanted to engage with you further, but your email address didn't come up. Okay. Thank you for that great presentation, Mr. Lepeng. Some very interesting thoughts and recommendations coming out in terms of infringement control, information disclosure, especially the nexus between information disclosure and information sharing and how that links to or leads to IP disputes. I found the proposal of infringer's lucky mindset very interesting, and maybe something that if we had a little more time, we could have unpacked. Yeah, it sounds quite interesting, the lucky mentality. So thank you for that presentation, and we look forward to you sharing your email address as you've indicated. Colleagues, that now brings us to the Q&A session. For this round of presentations. Thereafter, we will go to another session or another part 2 of the session where a few other papers will be presented. So in terms of the 3 papers that were presented to you in this part, we are taking a round of questions. The mic. Thank you, Prof.
Good afternoon, and thank you to all the presenters for the wonderful presentation. To Guan, the first presenter, I just wanted to understand the types of technologies in the rural areas that you have been working on, and what are the specific capacity development areas for the rural farmers, and whether there are specific capacity development interventions for the rural women within this study you were doing. What are those, if there are any? So those are just my 2 brief questions to you. And to Kong and the professor, thank you on the research and development. I think of importance to me is the fact that the question posed by the program director on this in terms of whether we do have a research portal. I want to challenge NSG in terms of trying to perhaps come up with this. I know the DG for the Department for Public Service and Administration is looking at areas. Perhaps there should be something that government really comes up with, given the fact that a lot of research is done on government's functionality, but most of it just dissolve in thin air, because I think people do it more for their studies, but do not position it to be utilized. And also for me of importance was the value chain in terms of missing on knowledge production, because that's where it begins. The value chain isn't really upheld, and I think this is a key component for us as officials and in collaborating with academia as we are here. And lastly, the R&D for me, I would say that there must be a component where understanding how government works, perhaps the R&D component could be an APP target for officials so that it could be a component on what they need to achieve on as part of their work plans, I think as a contributing factor towards some of the resolutions that have been put in place by the researchers. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. So I've noted your questions, and I hope the presenters are taking note as well. We have 1, 2, 3 more hands on the side.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Naiga, thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to raise something which was in correlation to Madigana's presentation, and perhaps this is also going to be able to address what the Prof has just raised before I had this opportunity to speak. And this is regarding the R&D, the research and development. Look, in as far as what Madigana has been able to reveal, that Gauteng province has been one province which was which has taken a bold step in terms of making sure that the research and development processes are married with the developmental processes which are taken by the government from the office of the Premier. A case in point, we realized that there is a lack of youth participation in terms of jobs employment. You are aware that we have 72% of our young people who are not employed. So Gauteng through the office of the Premier made that research to be implemented in a sense that now we have, this is the opportunities where young people are being attracted to take positions and to apply and to be appointed and to be in the mainstream of employment. We have now 8,000 young people who have been appointed by Gauteng province. And under normal circumstances, those young people would have been disgruntled at home. And just on those job opportunities, we have 20,000 people who reflected their intention for this 8,000 positions, to an extent that the office of the Premier was able to attract and to consult with business in order for them at least to make sure that these young people who have not had an opportunity to be appointed, to be employed elsewhere. So these are the measures which come through after the measures and the instruments or recommendations from research and development. So it is therefore an appeal to other provinces and departments to make sure that the research and development, it's not like pipe in the sky. It is something which is implemented in the day-to-day living of their opportunities. For us not to have files being shelved in the archives without them being implemented, exactly what the Prof has enumerated earlier on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And your name?
My name is Ngaka Tsahai from TUT.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Prof, for the opportunity. My name is Godfrey Siti Mujaji. So, first and foremost, let me welcome the insightful presentation, but my focus will be on R&D funding. That I'm just concerned that there is no involvement of independent researcher. So I will appreciate if maybe the researcher can be able to extend a little bit to that, citing my reason being that research is expensive and make it difficult for the country to harness knowledge from the postgraduate communities who are not in government or universities. You know, as an independent researcher, you spend a lot, doing a research on your personal basis, personal income, which affect your life and everything. Hence, this create a space for sponsored research by many NGOs who are mostly negative or anti-government. They tap on that space. So the other thing is that I think today it's an opportunity which has been created by the NSG, that we are here with universities from BRICS communities. I think it will be important for universities and government department to take this into consideration and make sure that we involved independent researchers who can be able to assist in government programs, doing research and assist government to implement policies. To the higher learning institution, I think they must be worried about the output that idle and end up employed as cashier in retail sector. Something that we need to look around it, Madikana and your colleague, in your research, so that we can be able to make sure that we involve independent researchers. Thanks very much for that.
Thank you so much, sir. I see one more hand on the top. Yes.
Good afternoon. Thanks to all the presenters. I really enjoyed this session. My name is Frankton Chemura. I'm with Development Policy and Practice in the UK. I've got so many questions, but for the sake of time, maybe I can pick up some of these with the respective presenters at lunch. Maybe the first question I would like to raise to the last presenter, Wan Lipeng, who was talking about reform and reconstruction of the IPA. There have been discussions really about Chinese unethical practices, particularly in the context of IP. I'm sure all of you are aware during the presidency of Trump that there were issues around China apparently stealing some of the intellectual property from developed countries. I'm sure USA, UK have been notable cases of that. In your presentation, you proposed the need to share IP, and we know, for instance, that China is well advanced in terms of the tech sector compared to some of the BRICS countries. So what guarantees are there that once, for example, South Africa shares some of its IP, it won't be unethically and unacknowledged? If we are to use big data, I'm sure China have the systems which some of the countries in BRICS won't be able to manage and cope with. So what guarantees are there that indeed the shared data won't be used to the advantage of others at the expense of others? To me, Dikana, I have so many questions, but maybe for the sake of time, I would want to imagine that the commitment towards R&D has much to do with the comparative advantage of any given province or any given area. So for example, indeed, I would expect that for Gauteng, it's going to be high because one, the tax base, right, compared to Limpopo. Will it be useful if we are to think in terms of investment in R&D based on what a given province is good at? All right. Not really looking at how much is committed towards that, because obviously you can't compare, for example, Gauteng and Limpopo, if helpful. And you also presented that there is a kind of decline in South Africa's commitment towards R&D. I wonder what is the cause for that, if you could briefly explain that. I'll pick up on some of the questions really at lunch. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, colleagues. So those are our comments and questions that, oh, and there's one more. Sorry, I did this side only. Anyone from this side of the room?
Thank you very much. My question is to Madikana. I wanted to find, my name is Chris Nshimbi from the University of Pretoria. I wanted to find out the levels of collaboration between research entities and industry in each of the BRICS countries that were studied.
Thank you. My name is Tamingwenya from the Presidents in South Africa. So I have one to Xian Feng and then Madikana. I think the the first one, I mean, is in relation to the point that she has raised around the limitations of the farmers' ability, I mean, to participate in the modernization process. And I would have expected that that would not be the case, given that agriculture played a significant role in the rapid industrialization of China. And then inadvertently, then in the process, I think farmers would have had a better or more sort of like involved role that led to the modernization in other areas. And she mentions, mentioned that part of the villagers' deliberation-like system. I would like to know how is it structured? Is it as a platform, to create this participation framework for the farmers to manage their public affairs? Is it largely driven by the CPC, or is it a bottom-up structure by farmers themselves, in organizing themselves to develop that participation framework? And the second one is to Madikana, another very important insights there. I'm interested, I understand, the study is still ongoing and it did not make any references in terms of the R&D allocations post 2021. But your emphasis on this nexus, between science, technology, and innovation and socio-economic development. If you were to look comparatively, China has higher allocation amongst all BRICS members. And then on the extreme right side with your Japan and the UK, the US, or if we can focus largely on the US, I would like to see, I would like to hear your reflection, taking into account the COVID-19 sort of like pandemic and the responses that, for example, in the development of vaccines, there is that correlation. If you were to look at it, US was able, to invest quickly and be able to develop those vaccines. China, if you look at it in terms of its comparative allocations for R&D as compared to the other BRICS like countries, the speed to which it has rebounded after the disruptions to the global economic value chains. Just your reflections on that. Thanks.
In the absence of any other hands, I take it those are all of the questions. All right. Nothing else. Fine. Maybe yourself. Okay.
No, thank you, Program Director. I'm Dobego Makuban from the National School of Government. My question will go to Dr. Weng Peng on the interesting topic of big governance, of big data. You know, Doctor, here in South Africa, it's interesting because the private sector is thriving on the big data. Yes, when it comes to public sector, maybe some SOEs or government agencies, they use that, but in the public administration of South Africa, big data is actually a very foreign type of concept. So my question would go to you, considering the global South economies or developing countries, what would be the main foundational requirements or achievements that these countries will have to make in order for them to be eligible to kind of try and adopt the effective usage of big data? That will be my question. I'm hoping it's clear and straightforward. Thanks.
Thank you, Ntobeko. So colleagues, the way we're going to do it now is that I've taken note of how many questions and comments we've received per presentation. So in terms of the presentations, it looks like, or the questions rather, it seems for Jean Feng we have 2 questions. If if I'm not mistaken, and Li Peng, we have 2 questions, and Madikana, you have the rest of them, right? Comments, questions, the rest of them. I lost count. So can we go with Jean Feng first with your responses to the questions? There's 2 of them. Then move over to Li Peng, who has 2, and Madikana, who has the rest of them.
Okay. Thank you for the questions. I'll respond the questions based on my understanding, and I want to answer the question from introduce our national strategy, rural revitalization. I think when we know the national strategy, maybe we can find some answer. As we all know, China's advantage is rural revitalization strategy. Our President Xi once said to revitalize the nation, rural areas must be revitalized. Rural areas occupy a very important place in China's development process. And we think the shortcomings of China's development are also in rural areas. And the strategy of rural revitalization is a complex system, including modernization of rural governance. And the strategy have mainly plans to train, educate farmers, including the technology. This lady once asked the rural women, but I have no more research of rural women. But as I know, in our country, women and the women are the same. They have the same chance to be educated, to be trained. But I also know our country has make a plan to treat women. The plan is the Chinese issue outline of Chinese women's development 2021 to 2030. This plan have concludes mainly decisions to help women to enhance their technology, their abilities, just as some about their wealth, their health, their reduced disease, just as etc. So I think in our countries, especially countryside, the women is just has the same chance with the men. Our national strategy, just as I see, is a complex system, including 5 aspects, just as industrial revitalization, cultural revitalization, organization revitalization, and ecological revitalization. And this, I think, this strategy are made and to enhanced, and our farmers' abilities can be enhanced. Okay, that's my brief answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think your disclaimer about not having, additional data on the question posed around women initiatives for women is definitely an area for future research, potential new areas for research within the study, or maybe a follow-up study. So looking forward to that. Thank you. Then we move over to Mr. Li Peng. I just want to be cautious of the time. We have 8 minutes until the next round of presentations begin. And so with this 8 minutes, may we please go forward to answer the 2 questions, and then the remainder of the time to Ms. Madikana.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. And I will put 3 points. And firstly, and the answer that it's the sharing IP and the disclosing the information of IP data is very important, especially in China, USA, and UK, and Japan, and other countries. But just as you say, that the know-how couldn't include this disclosure because know-how's value is not this inclusion. Yeah. And the second point, I think that the traditional law to revise the traditional law is very important, especially in Chinese and other developing countries. And we should, not only in the IP area, and other area is very important to put everything from the policy oriented to the law oriented. It's very important. Based on the law, and it would better to enhance the administrative protection. It will interact each other. And thirdly, and that different countries have different situation. And my sense is just based on the China, especially in Shanghai, maybe and in Africa countries. Because in the future, the intellectual property rights is very important. And in the future, I think, in my opinion, and the African country will pay attention to such audio. And the last question, and I will show that, in my opinion, for example, just to give you an example that. That's the basic platform for the IP protection. For example, in China, we have the basic database of IP rights, and we are building this database. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Li Peng. That gives us just over 5 minutes, Madikana, for your responses to the questions, and where comments have been made, maybe just to accept and acknowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and colleagues. Thanks for comments and questions, quite a number of them. With regard to Prof's comment, indeed it is important to have a research portal like what Gauteng has done so far with the Gauteng State Region Observatory. In fact, one of the recommendations of the study is that provinces must have research hubs or observatories so that the issue of research dissemination and uptake takes place. I just wanted to acknowledge that because this was just a bit of a piece of my study, so I couldn't deal with a lot of issues because I'm only concentrating on research funding. But that is part of the recommendations, Prof. The issue on the fact that which was raised by Ndade Ngakatsagai, I acknowledge and appreciate the comment. One important question raised by Mr. Mujajin Ndade City there about the involvement of independent researchers. I fully agree. that there is a need for independent researchers to be part of the bigger scheme of things as far as R&D is concerned. In fact, the model that I came up with for this particular study, it looks at an alliance between government, universities, research institutes, and the civil society. That is where the NGOs come in. So it is part of the recommendations, Dr. City, to say provincial administration need to acknowledge the great work that is being done by the civil society, whether they agree with the findings of research or not. They must be part of the R&D value chain. The other question that was raised about the R&D having to do with comparative advantage by my colleague there at the back, to say, will it be useful in terms of what provincial administrations are good at, where that a certain chunk of funding is directed to such provinces? Yes, indeed. There was one of the questions that I raised when I was collecting data, to say what should be a motivating factor for R&D investments from these provinces, and a larger part of respondents were looking at the importance of global competitiveness of particular provincial administrations. So, for example, Limpopo is good in mining, agriculture, and tourism. Same with Northwest, they're good with that. So, although there is a need for R&D expenditure to be directed towards that direction, it still needs a political will and administrative will within provinces. As much as like what Gauteng is doing currently, it is all about political and administrative will. Hence, these things are able to take place. So in Limpopo and Northwest, there is a need for a political will and to acknowledge that R&D should be used as a strategic tool. That is the first point of departure there. Once that is understood, then there will be we will see R&D investment taking place there. And also that there is a need for the country. Currently, the country does not have units or directorates that deal with looking at R&D expenditures across the provinces. It is only done at DSI now. So you need provinces to have units that are going to look at the R&D expenditures and put pressure on governments in provinces to start looking at investment on R&D, and it is also part of the recommendations for this particular study. There's a decline. What is the cause for that? It goes back to the issue of political will, amongst others. You cannot have, for example, strategic plans that are being developed without using proper data, whether it's from State SA or other R&D from independent researchers from universities and so forth. So there is a need to utilize data. So underutilization of data will obviously see an undermine in terms of what provinces are supposed to do as far as R&D is concerned. So you also need political will and also to improve on the underutilization of data as currently. The levels of collaborations between BRICS, research industries, and within China and India and others. I spoke about the foreign direct investment, where China has managed to do very well on that. They are able to attract FDIs, which is what other countries must do. If you have a political stability and social stability, and you have what the foreign investors or the direct investors are looking at in terms of the policy landscape, then it is easier to attract such foreign direct investments from the MNCs and the TNCs. The DDG asked a certain question and I don't have an answer for. My study was only limited to what I was doing now. I didn't look at the development of, post 2021, for example, the development of vaccines in terms of why the USA was able to quickly and DDG probably is something that I would need. DDG probably is something that I would need to look at post-doctoral. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Madikana. I think she's done very well in terms of time. She's stepped over just a little bit, but she is still here if the colleagues would still like to engage and on her research or on her study and engage further on some aspects that we might not be been able to adequately answer in this time, please feel free to engage with her. Colleagues, we've come to the end of this session, and I will now hand over back to the chair, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Leanne, and well done for moderating that session. Mr. Mavuso, sorry, we are giving you the before lunch crowd, but based on all the discussions that have been happening, I think it's going to be a good, energetic end to our conference. Colleagues, let me hand you over now to Mr. Vusimuzi Mavuso, a commissioner from the Public Service Commission, to moderate the remainder of today's presentations. Sir, over to you.
Without much ado, I wish to move quite straight into the presentations. But what is very fascinating with the first presentation which is coming is that after the night before, wake up in the morning, you expect to switch on the light on your bedside. There must be light. You go to the kitchen, put on the kettle, fill in water. There must be water, there must be electricity. After having your breakfast, you want to go and take your garbage into the garbage bin, or whatever you call it. Somebody must be able to pick it up at some point. When you leave for work, you expect the roads to be nice, clean, nothing, no sinkholes or whatever. And of course, the traffic lights should be working. That actually suggests that local government is very, very crucial. It's a very, very important part of our lives. It's actually what we call the backbone of our economy, if I may use the word, or rather the coalface of service delivery. So the first presentation we're going to have in this particular round is reflections on the multi-sectoral and collaborative underpinnings of the professionalization of local government, led by the efforts of the South African Local Government Association. The paper is going to be presented by Rebecca Matsiye-Makatini and Fikile Chabangu from SALGA. Over to you, ladies. I hope you're here. Wow. Give her a hand, please, as she comes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the colleagues in the House and on the virtual platform, our colleagues from BRICS. My name is Rebecca Matsiye-Makatini, and I will be presenting our paper today, sharing the responsibility with Ms. Fikile Chabangu. Colleagues, this paper is really, as the title suggests, about reflecting on the work that SALGA has undertaken in the journey of professionalizing local government, particularly focusing on the efforts that we've undertaken over the past year or so, culminating in a symbolically signed social compact with various stakeholders and constituencies. And so it's a little bit of a different tone to what you've been hearing over the course of the past 2 days, really focusing on some of the practical work that we've done. Firstly, starting off by just framing the professionalization problem, defining what we mean by local government professionalization as an effort of state reform, the value of multi-sectoral collaboration in this effort, our pursuit towards a social compact, focusing on our journey as SALGA, and informing this is our projection of the future of local government. And indeed, we are certain that the future trajectory of local government, or rather of a professionalized local government sector, is hinged upon shared commitments and collective responsibility. For those of you who are unaware, SALGA is an association of all 257 municipalities in South Africa, and the work that we do is mandated by our member municipalities and hinges upon the pillars you see projected. In the interest of time, I won't get into the details, but these are really the levers that we use in the work that we conduct. Our work around professionalizing the local government sector, or rather our efforts towards this endeavor, are driven by our strategic outcomes for the next 5 years, linked to the 5 years of local government administration, and particularly the outcome of developing a capable and repeatable local government through capacity building initiatives, providing customized support, managing coalitions, and mobilizing resources in the interest and benefit of communities. It can be argued, and it is indeed argued by ourselves, that the journey of professionalizing local government actually commenced with the conception of local government as a distinct sphere of government and the aspirations of the White Paper on Local Government of 1998. It is nothing new that we are bringing to the table, but there are certain efforts that have been undertaken for us to realize some of these underpinnings and aspirations of the White Paper. The rationale is clear. Our argument is that a strong and vibrant local government is essential to the attainment of a society and region in which all citizens and communities have access to basic services, equal opportunities, opportunities to participate in and shape their communities in line with the vision of the National Development Plan. At the heart of it is the communities, as our moderator so aptly put it. The interface of communities, of residents with local government is an everyday basis. The work that we undertook was informed by a resolution of our 5th National Conference, convened in 2021, and one of those resolutions was identifying that we've had this local government professionalization framework that was established and developed together with our partners at COCTA in 2013. And a lot has happened. There have been a number of developments since then, but there was still a lot of work to be done. And so our members resolved for an intensive multidimensional mobilization process to be undertaken in order for us to secure constituency buy-in and implementation adoption by municipalities and other stakeholders in the implementation of our local government professionalization model. And thus the conceptualization began for what we hosted and convened in March this year, the local government professionalization Indaba, which then eventually culminated in a social compact between various, what we'd identified as constituencies and now call them our social partners, to establish the mechanisms of cooperation, shared accountability and transparency, and a commitment to the roles and responsibilities to cooperate with one another in the spirit of our constitution. This trend of multi-sectoral collaboration at the state level, we see it across the state. We also see it globally. More recently, the Just Transition Framework that has been adopted, that also adopts a whole-of-society approach. We have the Human Resource Development Strategy, which is intended to guide the human resource management of the entire public sector. The One Master Skills Development Plan, to name a few, and even globally, we are signatories to the UN Habitat's New Urban Agenda that has a similar underpinning, as well as the goals of the Agenda 2063 of the AU. In framing the professionalization problem, I think it is a well-known case to many of us. We know that many local municipalities are indeed still struggling to fulfill their developmental mandate, as evidenced by our recurring MFMA findings, the myriad of literature, and expressed indeed in the lived experiences of residents across communities. We undertook quite a detailed mapping exercise to develop what you see as a problem tree of actually, if we look beyond the commonly repeated claims around skills development, capacity building, what are the causes and effects of the barriers to establishing a professionalized local system? And at the heart of it, we identified the problem being that our 2013 local government professionalization framework in its current iteration then was inadequate on its own to assist local government to meet its developmental objectives. And we noted a number of various causes and effects that in the interest of time I won't go into. But basically, that entire problem tree that we developed, informed by literature, informed by our members' needs and challenges, led us to the conclusion that actually this task is much larger than what municipalities can undertake on their own. There was a need for us to understand the entire ecosystem that influences municipalities, to develop a suite of initiatives that would realize the professionalized sector. There was no silver bullet, and the interlinking challenges that we identified also called for interlinking solutions. How we defined then local government professionalization as an effort towards state reform is we developed 5 pillars, and these 5 pillars speak to the various expressions of professionalism in the local government sector. It is quite a complex sector that involves, multiple disciplines, technical, administrative, leadership requirements, managerial requirements, and so in the local government context, it was then needed for us to understand what the process of professionalizing our municipalities would be. And that entails, as mentioned, not only the administrative arm, but also talking about developing capable and ethical leaders as custodians of the administration of a municipality. The definition of a professional local government society, or sector rather, falls within the realm of a much larger legislative, regulatory, and policy context. Our constitution gives a mandate. We have various municipal regulations on minimum competencies, on financial management, our Municipal Systems Act and Structures Act, even our Public Administration Management Act. All of these legislations and regulations give rise to, or even point towards, a local government that is efficient, that is effective, that delivers services in a way that is equitable and is responsive to the needs of communities. So we have all of the backbone to professionalizing our sector. And there was need then to develop a model of implementation towards realizing this and breaking it down, as mentioned, into those 5 pillars of a service orientation, which speaks to your codes of conduct, which speaks to the principles of Batopele, the leadership and managerial professionalism pillar, speaking to the leadership echelon of the municipality, how they manage their affairs, the technical professionalism, speaking to our specialized and technical officials in the municipality, their association to professional bodies, both statutory and non-statutory. We speak about institutional professionalism exhibited in the policies, the processes, the systems, and the practices of the municipality as an institution. And then, of course, Pillar 5, the inclusive communities professionalization, which was added as part of our repurposed model, because at the heart of local government is that in the affairs of local government, communities have a role to play. Communities have a role to participate in the budgeting, in the planning, in making submissions to council. And so the way that municipalities interface with communities as a professional institution also then becomes important. And we are singing in tune to our colleagues led by the NSG in tune to the public sector professionalization framework. Indeed, there is alignment between the efforts at the local government and the efforts driven by the National School of Government and the recently, or not so recently anymore, approved cabinet professionalization framework. And so this really speaks to the synergy of efforts in the sector. So we embarked upon a social compact pathway. We've identified that this challenge of the local government sector requires multiple solutions from multiple stakeholders. We've done a mapping exercise of the ecosystem of stakeholders that are required or that have an influence, and we identified them not as stakeholders, but now as a constituency to the local government professionalization implementation model. They included municipalities, of course, our members. There's a role for professional bodies to play, organized labor, SALGA is also an employer body, civil society, our regulators, academic and research institutions, organized business, and various thought leaders in the sector. In pursuing this social compact, we embarked on quite a lengthy process, and this is really the heart of the paper that we're working on, that documents that journey towards the social compact. Starting off with a mandate SALGA receives from its members, right? We have a model or a framework for professionalization. We need to repurpose it and convert it into an implementation model. In order to do this, we really relied on decisive leadership, strong internal coordination, and an intensive mobilization process. The internal coordination, driven by a reference group, which was set up by SALGA. The mobilization, we went through a series of quite deep engagements with these various constituencies at a very personal level, convening them in webinars, putting our item on the agenda of the Technical Advisory Committee of the Local Government Bargaining Council, convening sessions with individual thought leaders. So this intensive consultation engagement with constituencies is what then informed our social compact. And it also led us to develop a program for our local government professionalization in Daba, which was crafted in a way to further solicit insights on the role of these constituencies in the professionalization of local government. And we did that through a series of commissions. Parallel to this, we had ongoing advocacy, policy advocacy in our various IGR forums that we sit in, some of which include the review of the senior management employment and remuneration, review of the conditions of service of municipalities, and amongst others. And ultimately, that led us to the adoption of a social compact, to which all constituencies, now social partners, signed on and symbolically pledged their support towards commitments that they themselves had identified based on their mandate, based on their role. They saw that they had a role to play in the implementation of this model. A summary of some of the commitments that came from this compact include, the role of research and academic institutions and capacity building for public administration, knowledge creation, influencing policy. Similarly, organized labor played a role, civil society, and in the interest of time, I won't go through those individually, but also there were a number of lessons that we learned along the way, right? We saw that actually the efforts of professionalizing local government were not coordinated. They took place in various corners of our sector, various corners of the state, but there was some coherence in the kind of work that was being done, right? There was this widespread policy advocacy that when we brought these different constituencies into the room, they were able to articulate. And SALGA's role was then to package these articulations in the form of a symbolically binding social compact. That now led us to project what is the future of local government. It is obviously driven by the agenda of the social partners to the social compact. And apologies for the, it seems better on the screen, but The future of local government, really, we expect legislative interventions. There is work to be done around more structural and systematic adjustments, including the demarcation of municipal boundaries. There is a role around digital maturity of municipalities, the kind of skills that are needed to uptake some of these emerging digital technologies. We're also looking at what is the feasibility of a statutory council for local government that can enforce certain institutional norms and standards for the sector. And we know that the changes that will be brought about by the 2024 local national elections will also have implications for how we understand the future of local government. We want to see improved audit outcomes at the end of the day that affects or that are a marker for improved service delivery that is citizen-centric. In conclusion, colleagues, this paper really shows that despite the legislative imperative for multi-sectoral and intergovernmental cooperation in the development of South Africa, challenges do persist in the implementation thereof. The professionalization of local government relies on strong partnerships, shared responsibilities, and a deep commitment to the transformation of local government as part of public sector reform. Efforts of state reform at the local level, as embarked upon in this journey that I've spoken to, have truly been aligned to the aspirations of the future of public administration, both in South Africa and across the globe. This compact that we've signed does not create new mandates for the social partners, statutory or otherwise, and it's not legally binding in nature. However, it does demonstrate a strong will and commitment to the professionalization of the sector. And the next phase of efforts that we are embarking on is really to ensure that these commitments are upheld, that they're sustained, and that we can indeed monitor them over time, and while simultaneously advocating for various policy and legislative reforms in relevant IGR structures. Thank you.
It wouldn't do any harm if you were to give her another round of applause. It was precise on time, and of course it was quite well presented. Thank you very much. You can imagine the issues that emanate from the presentation. If you can just imagine, and now speaking as a former practitioner of local government, there were no fewer than 251 pieces of legislation that each municipality had to manage in order to make sure that service delivery happens. And it's more the reason why the essence of professionalization becomes so urgent. And I'm really happy to say that together with the NSG and the Public Service Commission, we're working with SAGA to make sure that that process of professionalization does not remain as a pipe dream. It should actually be translated into concrete reality. Thank you very much for the very incisive presentation. I'm not going to waste much time, but I can just, indulge you with a bit of a scenario. If you were to imagine the George Orwellian kind of an arrangement whereby 2 legs are not better than 4 legs. Remember Animal Farm? And in that instance, you can imagine that the essence of making sure that you have leadership taking place within the realm of state and creating the necessary building blocks is not something which is very small. But I'm not going to say much about this, but now we'll request a presentation on building the state as an institution of leadership and analysis by Professor Lucky Matibula from the Think Foundation and the TUT Research Association. A round of applause to him, please, as he comes.
Okay. I wanted to make sure I'm in control of the gadget. Good. It's still morning. Sanbonani. I was taught ni hao, Ngimacheloni, and all protocols observed. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this big conference. I'm going to deal with a theoretical matter on how should we think of building the state as an institution of leadership. There are ways in which we lead our institutions, but I'm not sure if we allow our institutions to lead us. And that is the crux of what I'm dealing with. To say, can our institution lead us more than we lead them? I will start by reading the abstract. The abstract that I submitted was that governing a state is an institutional function of, by, and for humanity. Even though less widely agreed upon, it is also true that the stability and functioning of a democracy or democratic order depend on institutional leadership. The nature and epistemic status of institutions of leadership and not leaders as institutions in leadership have long been the concern of public administration. With the increasing dominance of prerogative and arbitrary leadership in government of sovereign states, normative leadership might be resuscitated through prescribing institutional leadership. Practice and disturbing evidence have been growing agreement that institutional leadership, conceived as a systemic way of creating positive bureaucracies in developing democracies, is essential to justify and confirm that in any rule of law context, institutions can lead humanity away from any form of vice and dysfunction. This paper describes the concept of prerogative states as a function of a state that relies on leadership as its institution, and the concept of a nominate state as a function of a state that relies on its institutions of leadership for its progress. This is done by sketching what these concepts are, where possible, importing examples and discourse and renditions. I'm going to read here. I think I'm challenged with my eyes there. Institutions of leadership and leaders as institutions differ in content, basics, epistemic authority, and revolutionary and transformation nature. The aim of this paper, therefore, is to anchor the possibility of a sustainable South-South public administration consensus that should undergird the unfolding reordering of global affairs with BRICS as the new center. At the heart of the foundation of public administration is the question of guidelines emanating from the body politic, and notably political supremacy, and how power is organized in society, public accountability, and how those entrusted with public power, either as appointed or elected officials, account to society. This is what Professor Klute wrote in the late 50s, where he indicated that the political supremacy in a society determines how that society goes about with its public administration. He went on to say that the taxonomy of activities constituting public administration occurs at the instant of a functional legislative, judicial, and executive authority, and I add, an administrative authority derived from the executive authority. These authorities are exercised through leadership from either persons leading institutions or institutions as the leadership of persons. Let me deal with the conceptual issues of what is this institutional leadership and move away from reading the paper and explain it so that I can save time. An institution institutional leadership is when society allows the institutions that it establishes to lead society and discourages that the individuals in those institutions take control of society. That's what Washington, Ball, and Davis actually said in 2008 to indicate that the importance of institutional leadership is that it's about development of supporting mechanism to maintain the existence of an organization and sustain its social acceptance. It operates as an interface of influence and negotiation. We have leaders that are influencing what is happening, but those leaders must negotiate themselves with the institutions that they are leading. It is profoundly reliant on the creativity of persons in these institutions to continuously imagine the institution beyond themselves. Institutional leadership works only when the people in the institutions imagine the institution beyond themselves. If you are looking at the institution with you in it forever, then there's no institutional leadership in that space. The state institutional power will always be embodied in its organs, because at all material times, those institutions will be the center of concern to transact as an institution of leadership. If the state does not have consent that it must lead society, that state is doomed not to go any further. Institutions are therefore important because to public administration because they embody the power that undergirds them, not mere opinion. In institutions, we see the power. A human being can travel from here to Shanghai, and that person might be deaf, sometimes even blind. But let me talk about a deaf and that person can see. That person can travel from here to Shanghai without talking to anybody. What guides that person is because there are institutions that humanity has put along the route to lead this person where that person has gone to. So humanity has over time been removing itself where it can remove itself. But only politicians can remove themselves to allow things to happen without them. We are in this room, there are signs that tell us in case of emergency, we all know where we are running to and all those things. You can imagine if those signs were not there and there was an emergency, we needed somebody to come here and scream to us where to get out, how to get out and all those things. But all these signs that are here, they've actually reduced the human element, but they have actually increased the efficiency of response by humanity. Now you can imagine if that is taken to the bulk of policies that government is doing. Therefore, we need to have a capacity to build institution of leadership through laws. And these laws, they have a social function. And the social function of these laws is to carry through these institutions that we are establishing, structures and systems of society through time. Because when you put up a law, and that law is there, it carries society through time. I heard my colleague before me talking about professionalization of local government. One of the core problems in that space is the removing of the Town Clerks Act. Because the institution of Town Clerks Act before 1994 dealt with professionalism in the public service. I propose Salga looks at that as an intervention. Inserting the common interests of society into the behavior of society members and establishing possible futures for society by what is normatively in their interests. If our laws are not going to look at our interests normatively, we are challenged. Let me talk to leaders as institutions. Theoretically, a person in leadership is assumed to be socially, morally, ethically, and legally responsible to those that she or he leads and the expectations that the law that crafted leadership responsibility have on such a leader. That's theoretically. Leaders should be construed as functionaries or in a system. That's also theoretically. But in practice, we have a situation that when a system is set and when these expectations are there, leaders as institutions, they want to change what has been put and set for them. This is actually an established tendency by most countries in the global south and their sympathizers or ideologically compliant global north allies to shape their government around personal patronage networks, which are prone to corruption, and it's a worrying dimension of leaders as institution by these countries. I'm left with few minutes. I'm going to jump some stuff because I won't say my punchlines at the end because I need to get to those. Otherwise, there might be challenges. So, what leaders as institutions are a challenge to? They are a challenge to normative leadership. We have a tendency developing in the South relations and in most South countries, and in Africa in most instances, Latin America, and dare I say, the tendencies are also visible in China and Russia, where the decisions of the leader are more important than the normative aspects of running a state. What that leader wants to see happening will happen irrespective of what are the laws of that state saying, irrespective of what are the normative issues that are governing that society is. And that is when a leader emerges as an institution over and above what they are doing. But if a state is an institution of leadership, it will be dependent on that state to actually build three competencies. One, that state must have internal consistencies. Then you are building a state as an institution of leadership. That state must have external supporting mechanisms. That state must protect its sovereign status. In terms of internal consistencies, it must be what builds consistency in a nation. That state must develop a thesis of self, must be reliant on the thematic coherence required for that country. It must have a constitutional order. It must have defined authorities, and there must be a concept of organ of stateness. So once you give people the responsibility of the state, those people must act as organs of state and not organs of leaders. In terms of external supporting mechanism, that state must balance the stability of its democracy with its flexibility to negotiate with other societies. It must curate the legitimacy of the state. It must optimize the legitimacy of the state, and rule of law is a key. And I want to talk to rule of law. It is the law of those people that must be the rule in that rule of law. When we say rule of law, we're not saying we're taking the laws as are put by the West or are put by the East, but the laws as are put by the society that is accepting the laws. But once that society has put the laws, those laws must inform their rule of law. The types of legitimacy that we find when we are building a state as an institution of leadership is your normative legitimacy, what norms your legitimacy, regulatory legitimacy, what are the laws that does that, and the cognitive and cultural legitimacy. And I must say here that China and India, in the cognitive and cultural legitimacy, they have done well so far. South Africa, we are coming nicely far behind. In protecting its sovereign status as another competence, a state that is operating as an institutional leader must defend its own beliefs and its own values. It must influence global standards not to impact on their standards. It must manage cyber societies within their sovereign borders. We have new nations that are in the air and they influence your country without your permission, and you have borders, but they are already here and they're influencing you. protect population fragmentation, invest in society as defenders of sovereignty. What this paper concludes, as you will find in the published paper according to what the organizers told me, it concludes that if the institutional leadership state is on that axis and the leader is as an institution is on the other axis, the Y and the X axis, you'd find that in the bottom quadrant, there will be irrationality. Most of the time, that irrationality comes from a leader and political party positions. And in that space, people operate in most instances informally. They just wake up and decide what they want to do, and it becomes law. When you go to the upper quadrant where institutional leadership is slightly higher, you have experience of rationality and there is formality that goes on. When you go on the left, the bottom quadrant, you find that as more and more powers are given to the leaders and institution, prerogativeness increases and the rule by law increases. In South Africa, we had a parliament that took a decision to amend the law to keep a political prisoner in prison longer. We call it the Sobukwe law. When they realized that this man is going out, they went into parliament, they established a law to keep him longer. And those tendencies might be emerging in other spaces, especially when you go to local government, when the coalition challenges were there and the provincial government wanted to change the type of a municipality to manage coalition. That's rule by law. But the top quadrant encourages, time is up, encourages defaults on representation and encourages normativity and the rule of law. And this is where all countries want to be. And I want to clarify, the rule of law doesn't mean we go OECD rule of law, we go American rule of law. It's the rule of law in your country, as long as you respect that law which you and your people have agreed to govern yourself. If you allow that rule to be the rule of law, then you are in a normative space. Lastly, is that the other part defaults on representation which is horizontal, and the other part defaults on representation which is vertical. In China, they talk of vertical representation. In other democracies, we talk of horizontal representation. Whether it's autocratic and whatever, it's for us to make a decision. The paper will make that conclusions. I did not have good time to discuss this thing as I would have wanted. Thank you. My time is genuinely up.
I'm glad that technology was able to intimidate Professor Matebule to the extent that he had to drop everything. But I'm sure we've learned quite a bit from his input. I'm not going to come up with any summation. I'll go straight to the next input, which deals with the built environment, supposedly to underpin over spatial frameworks and development on towns and cities, and including roads, infrastructure, and town planning arrangements. In this particular instance, our input will be coming from, in fact, it's a study on the spatial equilibrium path of China's county or county basic public service system. The input is from Feng Meng Li from the Party School of the Sichuan Provincial Committee of the Communist Party of China. Over to you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I think I'm the last presenter here, so thank you for all of your time waiting for me. My name is Feng Meng Li, come from Sichuan Administration Institution in China. My paper title is Research on the Path of Spatial Equilibrium of Basic Public Service in Western China under the background of urban-rural mobility. My speech today may be divided into 6 parts. The first part, introduction. At present, the imbalance of development between the eastern and western regions in China and between urban and rural areas, and the inadequacy of the development of a western region and the rural area are the concentrated manifestation of the main construction in the new area. The fairness and efficiency of supply of a basic public service resource in the Western region is a key to promoting urban and rural integration and promoting common prosperity. At this stage, the Western region is facing significant changes in urban-rural relations with rapid migration of urban and rural residents and urgent need for revitalization of agricultural and rural areas. However, in terms of basic public service, there is a complex situation of high demand of services, gradually increasing financial supply pressure, and the resource utilization efficiency is not very high. Therefore, how to optimize the overall planning and allocation functions of basic public service in the Western region and explore the effective allocation of basic public service in the Western region are major theoretical and practical issues currently facing. Second part is the literature review. Firstly, it is a research on the basic theories and problems of basic public service. I will make a brief summary. There are 2 main perspectives. One is based on overall utility, and the other is based on value-oriented fairness. Secondly, there is a research on basic public service and government management. Scholars focus on the efficiency of government financial expenditure related to basic public service, as well as the incentive and assessment methods of the government. Thirdly, research on basic public service under diverse objectives. In recent years, the academic community has focused on verifying the effectiveness of basic public services in terms of the specific economic development goals and people's satisfaction. The domestic scholars in China have also focused their discussion on public service under strategic goals before the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. They mainly focused on the issue of equalization. After the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party in China, the new concept of a balance emphasized has a connotation of balancing efficiency and fairness. In terms of research methods, as basic public service policies are related to the coordination of economic development, scholars have gradually applied some equilibrium theory to explore the allocation of basic public service. So, keeping close to the partial problems and theoretical frontiers, we need to further expand the theoretical research to follow up the reality. In the face of the new stage of development, Western China has been given a different importance. And in addition to the new development environment, such as the great changes in urban and rural relation and the transformation of agricultural population into citizen, what is the configuration logic of basic public service? What is the criteria for balance and effectiveness? What is the correlation between it and the various supporting policies? It is currently a key issue that needs to be addressed. A scientific theoretical framework urgently needs to be constructed to study the allocation of basic public service from the perspective of spatial flow and balance. The second part is model setting. The spatial general equilibrium model in this paper is based on the quantitative spatial model standard framework proposed by the Tom B. and Zhu 2019, Zhao Fiang 2019, and other scholars. Due to the time constraints, I have only listed some of my equations and the results here. It includes the setting of a residence behavior. This is the basic model, and this is residence behavior and production function in the basic model. Labor, migration, hypersize, and government behavior and market clear hypersize. The fourth major part is data, parameter, calibration, and feature variable estimation. In terms of data and parameter calibration, the original parameters are divided from microscopic overall data and classic literature, as well as from regional structured data for calibration. In terms of measuring the characteristic variables, the paper focused on the three variables that reflect micro overall efficiency. They are real GDP, total welfare of residents, and the urban-rural income gap. The fifth part is a counterfactual analysis of the allocation of basic public service and the supporting policy. Based on the theory framework, we have designed three types of counterfactual analysis. The first one is counterfactual analysis of the efficiency of public service management and public expenditure related to people's livelihoods. We can start from two aspects. Firstly, we can reduce the crowding effect by improving the efficiency of government management of public service. Secondly, the proportion of public expenditure related to people's livelihoods can be increased. The table 1 shows the results of separately improving public service management and improving the structure of public expenditure related to people's livelihoods. Secondly, it is a counterfactual analysis of supporting policies. This part includes counterfactual analysis of the relaxation of a household restriction and restrictions and changes in the construction land indicators. The upper half of Table 2 shows the possible impacts of a relaxing household restrictions and increasing worker mobility separately, while the lower half shows the impacts that arise after improving the quality of a public service. In the counterfactual analysis of changes in construction land indicators, based on the total area of newly added construction land in China from 2013 to 2017, this paper assumed that the average distribution of the construction land can be divided into two ways. One is to evenly distribute according to the equal area, and that is to allocate the same urban construction land area in each province. Another method is to use the original urban area to each province as a benchmark so that the proportion of newly added area in each province is the same. That is, different provinces increase their own construction land area by the same percentage. Similarly, Table 3 shows the result. And research has found that improving the quality of basic public service has a positive impact on the economy development, overall social welfare, and narrowing the urban-rural income gap. But if it doesn't match the stage of economic development and will result in certain inefficiency loss. The second conclusion, consistent with the basic public service policy and allocation, optimizing the registered residence policy is also an important way to reduce the cost of labor mobility, which can improve the overall welfare of residents and narrow the urban-rural income gap. However, in optimize the quality of public service, the increase in labor mobility will increase the government's supply burden. In addition, the existing supply of basic public service is consistent with the administration functions of the government, and the improvement in quality is mainly concentrated in the economically developed regions, which will also exacerbate the differentiation of overall householding price and have the negative impact on the efficiency of improving overall welfare. Although further increasing liquidity maybe have some improvement in overall welfare, the overall level of improvement is not very high. The third conclusion is the supporting implementation of island system reform has a key impact on the effect of basic public service policy. The synergy of land system, registered residence system, and the basic public service policies has a great positive role in promoting economic development, total welfare, and narrowing the urban-rural income gap. Meanwhile, due to the low income of the Western region, although effect of equal land supply on narrowing the urban-rural income gap is relatively weak, the local labor force does not have to go out to work and take into account their own preference and family, which will significantly increase the overall welfare. However, it should also be noted that due to the fact that the provision of basic public service is dependent on the administration system, more savers resource may be allocated to area with better economic development, which may to some extent result in a loss of overall welfare. To address above issues, this paper believed that to achieve the spatial balance of the basic public service in the Western region, we should use multi-dimensional policy tools such as basic public service, industrial policies, registered residence policy, and land policies. You can have a quick look. Maybe it's necessary to appropriate the increased public service in expenditures for people's livelihoods, and especially in areas which relatedly slowly develop and rural areas, and some other suggestions. And that's all my speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Feng Meng Li. I think it was a very good presentation. Thank you very much. Another round of applause. Thank you very much. I thought I heard a distinct rumbling as if it was an earthquake in the far distant away. But I was then told that it's some stomachs beginning to rumble because of the time. and I sincerely apologize for taking you until this far. But we are now on the last mile of the road. And you can imagine at that point, one once heard about a held view that within the transformative paradigm in the public service, there is an expectation that there will be norms and standards, and these norms and standards have to be adhered to. But of course, there will have to be a campaign to make sure that they become a reality. And without really much ado, is around the role of campaign awareness in promoting adherence to public service norms and standards during public service transformation. She's really, really raring to go. Prof. Halima Kunete, over to you. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Program Director. I'd like to greet our Minister, Deputy Minister, who has joined us. Welcome, Deputy Minister. I greet all of you this afternoon. As I've been introduced, I know I'm standing between you and your lunch, so I will get right into my presentation. And I think when you get to my age, you begin to have backup plans. I could see that the screens are going to give me a challenge, so I've got my backup plan. Prof, I saw you were also referring to that. My presentation today, largely, I think as public servants, we are also encompassing in our work the area of research. And just a bit of background in terms of the impact of research and in applying it in doing our work. I'd like to give you some information with regards to the skills audit that was that has taken place in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And this was part of my work in terms of my positioning government in terms of applying research to the work that we do as a daily basis so that we can come up with scientific aspects in terms of the impact we are trying to get. As you have seen in the last few weeks, there was relevance of this research, and this research was done almost 6 years ago, but it has been having that impact, hence the recognition of the fact that the councillors in the province of KwaZulu-Natal are not able to implement legislation and the interventions. I was happy to hear that my colleagues from SALGA have also been part of that journey. So today also, as part of my work in government, and I believe as a public servant in trying to implement some of the work, we must collaborate with research. So largely I'll be talking to the role of campaign awareness in promoting adherence to public service norms and standards during the era of the transformation. And I won't get into the background, but just to say that public service transformation in developing countries demands significant change in structure, operations, and culture, making campaign awareness vital for successful reform implementation. We find that we have policies, but when you look closely, some of even the public servants who work with the policies do not understand them. So the awareness component is key. The Office of Standards and Compliance is a new office that was established about 3 years ago through the legislation that has come into being. And the effective campaign awareness encourages public service employees and citizens to embrace establishment of norms, contributing to culture, accountability as part to professional and ethical public service. I'm glad that the area of norms and standard has been touched through most of the presentations today, which makes you understand the key components of norms and standards in us having to really have them as part of our culture in government. This is just the background in terms of the white paper on transformation of public service that was published in 1995, and the Office of Standards hence coming into being. And the Office of Standards ensures compliance with established norms and standards, as you've heard the Prof before me quantifying the fact that there are those norms. So did SALGA in terms of us having to function within a structured way, in a way that allows us to be accountable and transparent to the government policies that we champion. Legislative background, we all know that our backbone in this country is our Constitution, and here particularly Section 1951 of the Constitution provides the framework of intergovernmental relations and prescribes basic values and principles for public administration amongst and efficient, effective utilization of information technology on matters. Here again, we see that the Public Service Act 1994, Section 3 of 1 really gives the Minister for Public Service and Administration responsibility for establishing norms and standards relating to the functioning of government in various areas. I want to tell you about the office because it is a small office, but its might is fairly wide and impactful if needing to be established. And this largely, the wings are the public administration component, the capacity, functionality, and audits, and the administration of norms and standards for us to understand whether the norms and standards are still relevant, because local government, as we know it, is an ever-evolving sphere. Today, what is relevant may not be relevant tomorrow. You can certainly be assured by that, because as we are opening up, we have macroeconomics, which is influencing how we work as government. Here, rather, is the needs for campaign awareness, the fact that significant changes, as I've been saying, that in the country are continuously upon us, and ours is to present critical areas around the challenges in ensuring adherence to established norms and standards. And the office recognizes the challenge and the knowledge in terms of the pivotal role of campaign awareness. Unless you know, you don't know. It's as simple as that. We don't need to really complicate it or do content research on it. Unless you know, you don't know. By exploring the importance of campaigning awareness and its optimal implementation, the office aims to address the challenges of adherence to public service norms and standards during its transformation. As we know, that is why there are rules and there are consequences, because a lot of systems have been put in place and systems towards adherence, but you find that because we have individuals behind it, they tend to want to do the latter. It's just a human nature. And the objective of the paper is to examine the role of campaign awareness in the promotion of adherence to public service norms and standards during the transformation process, but this desktop study aims to provide insight into effective strategies for enhancing compliance and service delivery in terms of us actually doing the work. Because for me, the starting point was, do people even know and have inculcated the culture of understanding these norms that we've put into place? I want to give you an example. I felt it was important to give this example because it's far-reaching and cuts across different countries, as we are here as a BRICS component to share the knowledge. The precautionary suspensions. Precautionary suspensions is a key component within our government that takes place because we are trying to manage our environment, and it's a tool that is utilized to remove an employee once there's an investigation that needs to take place. But what has been happening is that this very tool that we've put in place actually impacts negatively on government, on the basis that the norms and standards to applying this precautionary suspension is not adhered to. People are suspended, some we found out for more than 5 years. Now that tells you something. Someone else has to do the job of the person that's suspended, because that person is suspended on full pay. They are sitting at home, they are earning a salary, they do not utilize their leave, which means the government has to then pay for that leave. Now tell me there shouldn't be another way to really manage this, because it also impacts on the wage bill. And our studies and our research within the DPSAs has shown us that there's been more than 100 million in the past financial year that has gone to a precautionary suspension because of the length of time it takes, because those who are responsible to ensure that consequence management takes place do not actually take up that responsibility. It takes that long to actually get someone's case sorted out so that they can get back to work. And we also found that there is lack of creativity, because if you have acted in a manner that does not agree with an institution, you could surely be put somewhere else where you could be of benefit to the government instead of you being put at home, because surely in some cases there are senior managers who earn more than 2 million a year, and those people could, their brains and their knowledge could be accessed by the government by allowing them to do work which is desktop and could be then influencing government's agenda moving forward. And the key component is the leave and the long-term repercussions that this have on the actual government's functioning. Just to go back, because if you look at leave, we're paying you the leave, which is no longer allowed in government. We also pay you it impacts on your pension, which is a long-term area which accumulates. So the component of such aspects of consequence management around it being applied has far long-term reaching effects. Research question: what is the significance of campaign awareness in promoting adherence to public service norms and standards during this process? How do campaign initiatives impact on employees and citizens? Understanding the acceptance of established norms and standards. What are the best practices and lessons learned from existing literature that we have, and how can campaign strategies be improved to foster a culture of accountability within the public service? And here we largely assume that campaign awareness can positively influence and shape the culture surrounding public service functionality, and a comprehensive understanding of campaign awareness, its implementation could be of value. Expected outcome, understanding of importance of the awareness, and also effectively communicating and promoting these norms and standards. Like I said, you find that when you talk to the provinces, some of the officials who deal with the work do not quite understand it. And also the municipalities, as my colleague from Salga has outlined, that as government we have a value chain, and all of us at the end of the day are expected to deliver services to our society and our community as a government. Is as simple as that. And enhance compliance to established norms and standards, leading to improved service delivery. The contributions, identification of exploration of effective approaches, techniques and best practices, value insights to enhancing dissemination of information and raising awareness, examination of successful case studies, so that we can really champion the concept of us having to be a learning culture. And this really speaks to also the professionalization of local government, as the professor for the National School of Government is passionate about us as a cohort of government contributing to. Study contributions, again, fostering the culture of compliance, because this really speaks to the ethics within the institution, and focusing on the campaigning as an element of professionalism, highlights successful practices of providing insight into behavioral change. I think for me, really, the study provides awareness in terms of disseminating information and raising the gaps that are there, but also allowing us as professionals to close those gaps, and it allows for the work to be easier. And I think in undertaking such study, it will emphasize the significance of campaign awareness as a tool driving positive outcomes, and also research provides practical recommendations, as we have heard that we often do the research, but it gets then put up in shelves. And our approach as government officials is that as we do the research, we do it on our APP targets, and I mentioned this before to say we've got APP targets, and for us to really have scientific bearings and tangible outcomes towards those is to undertake the research, which will then input into our work, almost making it a science. And when you present these to our political executives, they are also of the view and understand the fact that it has been research. You have not thumbsucked the outcome, or rather the submission that you are making in regards to the contributions. Lastly, recommendations, development of practical based research findings, provide actionable guides for policymakers, public service managers and stakeholders, optimize campaign awareness strategies for the promotion of the adherence on the norms and standards, foster a culture of compliance within the public service, which goes hand in hand with acting ethically, and enhance service delivery within the context of our country, and support the implementation of effective measures to public service transformation, and serve as valuable resource for practitioners and researchers. Thank you so much. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her, please. I think she did a very stellar job. Kept to time, right on time. We're not going to have a question and answer session. I must apologize. Because of time, we try to manage time accordingly. As you can imagine, we made sure that at least you're not coming back after lunch. Would be done. And for that reason, I wish to welcome the principal of the National School of Government, Professor Busani Ngaweni. Firstly, to welcome the Deputy Minister, and then to introduce her to do the closing remarks. Thank you very much, and I think you've been a very great audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, moderator. A quick vote of thanks first, then we get the Deputy Minister. So colleagues, all those who joined us and made presentations, we only had one dropout Deputy Minister. So I'm a principal, so I keep a register. So there was one dropout on the papers that were on the program. There was another one which couldn't be presented because of technical glitches, because the colleague was connecting virtually, and the dropout was because her father fell ill, and she had to rush to attend to that. So it was not a snub, the colleague from Stellenbosch University. And everybody else was here. So firstly, a round of applause to everybody who made that commitment to come, including the ones who joined us virtually. And Deputy Minister, we had over 1,000 people participating virtually, which is, it exceeded the expectations. And we had people coming from many African countries other than the ones who are part of BRICS. As you saw today, we even had presentations from Equatorial Guinea, from Nigeria, as well as other countries. So this was truly a BRICS Plus conference. We had colleagues, of course, in Brazil, India and Russia who were connecting virtually, and some were here. We also had our partner institutions that we work with. The colleagues from the EU are here. They've been in and out, and colleagues from the French embassy. We work very closely with them as a National School of Government, representing and other various embassies, including Turkey, and many others were coming in and out as the conference was proceeding. So we acknowledge the presence of the diplomatic corps and all the embassies who were engaging with us here. And also, Deputy Minister, in this conference, it was unique in a sense that we had practitioners, which is bureaucrats, public servants, and also scholars and the researchers. It's very important to have that balance because it means those who are steeped in practice can share their perspective together with those who are in the academic space, like here, techies, and everywhere else. I think we need to acknowledge the balance that we had here, both for colleagues who were presenting from South Africa and other, BRICS countries as well. So it made it unique. And of course, there were groundbreaking things that were presented here. Many colleagues are still talking about the paper that was establishing, a correlation between corruption and economic growth. There was a wonderful presentation earlier this morning about the happiest city in China. There are many people who want to visit the city right now, and there were several other groundbreaking research also. I must also acknowledge, Deputy Minister, the academics who allowed their students to come and make presentations here. They were joint presenters, but they allowed their students to make presentations. It is important because this is part of what we wanted to foster with this conference. I want to thank the Pretoria University leadership with the VC in absentia represented by the colleagues who are here, that the university was a gracious and a good host. As I said, we work very well with this university and several others, and I'm sure many of you found this space to be a comfortable and a suitable space for a conference like this one. So thank you to the University of Pretoria for allowing us to be part of this. And I must thank the colleagues from the MPSA portfolio, including PCETA. Those who are moderating here, they come from the portfolio of the ministry that the Deputy Minister is responsible for, including the colleagues from the presidency and the colleagues from DTIC and others who were moderating the sessions here, because the idea was not that this is just exclusively an NSG conference, and we thank them for being available to come and moderate the sessions. I'm not going to be doing any summary of what has been discussed here. It was crystal clear. What I must tell you now is in terms of the way forward after the Deputy Minister has officially closed this conference. You will all receive an email from the conference organizers through the same address that you were engaging with as you were preparing to come to the conference. The email will tell you that you have to respond and say you are interested that your paper or your research can be published as part of the proceeding of this conference, and that if you do give consent for that, you will be given up to 30 days to submit the final paper. 30 days. So from the date of receiving the email, after which we will then discuss the peer review and other processes. So that is what will be happening, because some colleagues are still finalizing their papers. So we will be gracious enough to give you 30 days, finalize, give the paper, then it will be subjected to formal academic peer review processes. And those who wish to opt out or anything like that, you will do so as you respond into the email. We will use an international publishing house to publish the book, and we will try for open source so that people can download the book wherever they will be. And we will also discuss issues of translating the book, so it's available in both English and Chinese, although there is usually a time lag between the two. So that is the commitment that we are making to all of you. Once again, bigs up to all the colleagues who were in the conference organizing committee. I think they did a sterling job. We must clap hands for them, because they made sure that we had a conference, from a concept into a conference. Thank you very much, colleagues, for trusting us with your your input and your academic insights, and for ensuring that we can, provide some kind of welfare to you over the days that you have been here. Those who are traveling, please travel safely home. We will meet again on virtual. There's some of you who will be receiving requests to do same presentations to other audiences. We'll do webinars with you, with the departments that are responsible. Please do accept when you receive those invitations from ourselves. And once again, to the MPSA portfolio, and everybody was here. Well, I say MPSA Plus, which is the PCTA as well, because they are plus in the portfolio. Thank you for being such a, a wonderful, team that organized this conference. And Deputy Minister, we thank you for taking interest. We're here on the first day. We're here to close. Please come and do the official closure. Thank you, colleagues, and enjoy the lunch after the Deputy Minister. Yeah.
Once more, good afternoon. Sanibonani, Dumelang, Masheroni, Abusheni, Ni hao. Does it apply in the afternoon and morning? The other day it was morning. At least I know one of the BRICS country language, which is what is our intention, to really manage to engage with all our partners without a problem. And part of it is just knowing the languages. Honorable Program Director, members of the diplomatic community, partners from BRICS countries, Deputy Chairperson and Commissioners of the South African Public Service Commission, members of academia, esteemed guests. It's really a pleasure for me to be standing here again once more before you. And thanks, Principal, for just giving that summary. Very interesting, this whole thing about the happy city in China. I know even here at home, sometimes we do our happiness index, which sometimes doesn't feel right because you actually wonder as to whether the research has been valid enough. Because, always we can be doing research work, but validity of the kind of research work that's done is always important, because research is an important tool that's supposed to actually be utilized in a way of actually guiding processes, including processes of government. And also mentioning that there was an interesting presentation that has got to do with development and corruption. And we all know that where there is corruption, there can never be development, or development will be slowed down. But we continue to believe that the kind of government systems that we actually set up are such that they will actually help us in the fight against corruption. And this is what South Africa also is doing. Program Director, allow me to firstly thank you all for your participation and attendance of this BRICS, or Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa 2023 conference. Indeed, it was our pleasure hosting you over the 3 days amid very stimulating intellectual debates, I'm told, because I have not been in the position to be part of this continuously. We are pleased to have hosted delegates from across the country and worldwide. This has been indeed lived up to the expectations of the International Conference on Governance and Public Administration Governance. I've been reliably informed that the conference received insightful, stimulating papers from more than 50 scholars. Principal, I hope it includes even the ones that you said you registered, they couldn't make it. Because what I'm acknowledging is the total number. Academics and practitioners from BRICS bloc, governments, schools of government, higher education institutions, and related countries. I am pleased that the University of Pretoria will peer review all the papers which will be published. For this reason, I congratulate all of you and look forward to receiving my own copy of the proceedings. We must express appreciation of University of Pretoria and the acting Vice-Chancellor, Professor Carolina Gorenhoff, for their hospitality in hosting the conference. Thank you, and we hope that the university will continue partnering with us even in future on other projects and initiatives. Once again, I wish to reiterate that the significance of BRICS partnership in supporting South Africa and in the African continent's journey towards economic recovery post-COVID is paramount. Within BRICS, Africa will rise. The Africa we want. For this reason, I wish to acknowledge the BRICS partners, their message of support, and an ongoing partnership with the National School of Government. And of course, through the School of Government, they will continue to have that partnership with the government of South Africa. I'm also pleased with the partnership with the OECD, from whom we received an insightful presentation on future of schools of government, and remain ever so important in the global context of public sector reforms, and in particular future of public service. This conference provided a platform for discussion on matters that are key for BRICS bloc, which relates to urban green development, energy renewal, disaster and risk management. This remains crucial for BRICS countries in the continent of Africa. We must continue to strive towards building accountable, ethical, capable, developmental public service in our respective countries to realize our developmental goals and decisively deal with corruption in our respective countries. Also, professionalization and ethical conduct of public sector is key. Most importantly, consequence management must be a priority, or it must be possible, as has been raised, I am told, in your deliberation. Where there are no sanctions, whatever actions we actually put in place, whatever plans we have, it can never be possible without sanctions. Going forward, I urge all of you to engage with papers presented, to draw lessons from successes and failures of our governments and approaches adopted in making respective countries more responsive and agile to the needs of the people we serve, our priority. As we conclude the conference, Program Director, I wish our international guests well in your travel back home, and hope that your stay in our country was hospitable. I do believe that this pre-summit conference was a success and has laid a good ground for further engagements at the BRICS summit that is to be held in South Africa in August 2023. Honorable guests, I declare this pre-summit BRICS conference closed. Pending announcements, I thank you.
So, colleagues, we need to take a selfie. So we must take a selfie. So we are going to take 2 selfies, photos. Firstly, I want to request all of you who are seated here to come and find seats here. So we take one picture with all the delegates seated here. We will take another picture outside. Please leave your bags, find a chair here. They will come into the front and take a big group photo. Here, it will be easier when they combine it with the others. And please, Kulsam, write on your platform that those who are still on Zoom can show their videos as well. They can enter that. So please, colleagues, find a chair here, group photo. Then they will say, this is how they looked in happier days. Please, colleagues. Find empty seats. Yes. There is also, I'm coming. There is also some empty seats here. Okay. So after the picture, colleagues, then we will go for lunch, and then we will be directed by them on if they need other pictures outside. Thank you very much. You look great.
South Africa's National Development Plan, or NDP, is the guide to realize a capable state which can bring about development and transformation of our society. This requires skilled public servants who are committed to the public good and deliver consistent high-quality services to all South Africans. The National School of Government, or NSG, has been mandated to provide training and development that supports the NDP's commitments with a clear mandate to deliver quality.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. Lunch is served. Bye-bye. Please leave those evaluation forms on
to strengthen public service performance across the three spheres of government. The organization's strategic focus to 2025 is in line with the NDP and the legislative mandate to develop a capable, ethical, and developmental state.
School of Government is a very important government department, especially since 2020, when government changed the national priorities. The priority number one is building state capacity. Partnerships are very key for us in our ability to survive. If you partner, you expand the depth of what you can do, you diversify it, you have the expertise which you cannot be able to have immediately or afford, and you can deliver things very quickly. But also you build your brand because you leverage on big brands.
This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury. In in the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development. For example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
The National School of Government is committed to use international partnerships to support public sector capacity development in South Africa and beyond. These partnerships support the development of relevant and quality learning programs in an increasingly interconnected and complex world, and allows the NSG to access various expertise to support public sector development and performance by expanding learning opportunities. The NSG also engages in these partnerships as part of its commitment to the Global Knowledge Exchange Network to promote mutual exchanges and contribution to knowledge with our partners in the Global South.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.